All right, good morning to everyone. We're here this morning in the state of Florida versus Katherine Magbanua, 2016 CF 3036, 2018 CF 497. And Ms. Magbanua is present along with her counsel and counsel on behalf of the state. All right, so we'll continue this morning with the testimony of Mr. Rivera and Ms. Kappelman. Anything that we need to address before we continue with that?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
One thing, Judge, we were handed amended discovery this morning by the state, apparently, of recordings of jail calls. We need to put on the record that this is extremely untimely. We've already picked a jury. We've already opened, and Mr. DeCosta and I have no time to even attempt to try to go through whatever discovery this is that the state has handed to us.
All right, so Ms. Kappelman, what was provided to the defense this morning?
My understanding, Judge, is that these are jail calls that have occurred since jury selection, and I haven't had a chance to listen to them either, but I intend to do so over the weekend. So I can advise the court more on Monday if I intend to use anything from this.
Okay, do you know how many there are?
No, sir, I'm sorry, I don't know, but I'll attempt to get that answer for you before our next break.
Okay, so there's some jail calls that have been recorded. You don't really have an idea of when, although you think that they were during the time period since the trial has started. And do you know the number of them?
No, sir, I'll get you both those answers.
Okay.
I had just a preview of some of the calls, and the ones from Ms. Magbanua predate jury selection. They
All
are
right.
marked before jury selection.
Okay, this is what I'm going to do so that I know more about them, because I can't make any ruling without that. They're not going to be used today, correct?
No, sir.
So use the weekend to go over them, and then I'll make a decision when I know more about them, and we'll have a hearing on them on Monday in order to determine number one, whether they're going to be used at all, and number two, if the state's intending to do that, whether they will be used based on the court's ruling. We'll have a Richardson hearing at that time.
And one more thing, Judge, I even took a look at one of the first calls, and they are in Spanish. And I don't speak Spanish, and neither does anyone else on my team.
All right, well, you're going to have to find somebody that speaks Spanish over the weekend if that's what you want, if you want them translated. So I can't help you there, Ms. Kwas. I mean, it's just something that you're going to have to do. And issues come up, and sometimes they're difficult issues, but you're going to have to do your best. If that is something that is prohibiting you from understanding them, and then that's another factor that would play into a Richardson hearing. But I'm going to leave however you're going to deal with them up to you at this point.
Understood, Judge.
Mr. DeCoste?
With respect to the cross-examination, just to let the court know, so there's a chance of a few more of those clips for impeachment. I have given CD copies to the state. They're 30 seconds each. It is to a very direct point, so they have copies of it. So they've already been able to take a look at it. There's only 3 potential that would be used. For the purpose of...
Okay, so these are the clips, like the clip that you played yesterday?
Correct. Now, that's only for impeachment.
Okay.
For
I know, but he's got to be able to see those first. I mean, the more that I think about that, he's got to be able to see and review that. If you're going to use it as impeachment evidence, just like if you're using a transcript, he has to see it. You have to see whether or not he's going to disagree with it or what before it can be used as impeachment. You just can't go ahead and just play it up there for the jury without knowing that.
Your Honor, humbly, I disagree on that. So if it were the deposition that I impeach him with, I would, go through the same thing. You were sworn in to tell the truth, and this is what you were asked, and this is what you answered. The only difference here is instead of me reading it in front of the jury for him to hear it to either say it did or didn't happen, he's watching it. and him being illiterate. I mean, I'd love to be able to read it to him, but this is the only way. I do believe that it is proper to play it. It's no different than reading his sworn statement.
If you had a sworn statement, don't you show it to him first and say, this is your deposition and here's what you said in your deposition?
Not for impeachment, when he has answered differently. So in the situation that we used, he says, I learned halfway up. At that point in time, I get to go straight into impeachment. Humbly speaking, I get to go straight into impeachment. Now, if he says, I don't know, or it is not a direct contradiction of his previous testimony, yeah, I've got to present it to him, refresh his recollection, give him a chance to explain. But for the purpose of impeachment, I get to go right into that.
All right, if it's true impeachment, if he
Correct.
says, I don't know, then we're not dealing with that.
And what we're going to do, and this is a plan for today. The headphones that Your Honor talked about, those are in the back, those aren't getting used. I have headphones that directly tie into my computer. Now, if he needs to get refreshed, I'm going to play for him just the audio. He can hear it. I've checked it. It's not loud that the juror will hear. Plugs directly into my computer, and there's no issue with that. So we'll be able to do that, and that's one of the things we're going to do. Now, in the event we need to use a transcript.
Okay, so that is going to take the place of him reading the transcript.
No. So with 10
Well, that would take the place of him reading the transcript, right? I mean, that would be in lieu of him, if he could read, then instead he would have a transcript and he would be
Correct.
reading it, but you're going to play it for him so that he can hear what was said on the transcript.
Correct. And for the ones where we do have a transcript, because we have trial, grand jury, 2 depositions, and the grand jury, I'm going to get a page and line reference, give it to the government. Then Kristen Kawas, if it's okay with the court, I'm going to give it to her, and she'll come up, and I know the marshals don't want us in the back in between, so if it's okay, she'll just stand right here or right there and quietly read it to him to refresh his recollection if he doesn't remember. If that's okay with the court.
Well, as long as we can be assured that the jury is not going to hear that, and
Perhaps
it's.
they could put it on these, just to muffle the sound.
No, I'm not going to make them go through all that. If you can have somebody come up here and read it to him quietly, then I'll do that. I thought first of all, we were going to see whether or not he could read it himself.
Yes, and Ms. Kawas reminded me of that Your Honor wants me to go up, see if he can make it out, and then go to that as a secondary.
All right, and I think that we can do that. I also, it doesn't need to be, my other concern was whether or not we needed it to be on the court transcript, but it's just as if he is reading it. And so if it's stated to him, that takes the place of that. And so it doesn't necessarily need to be transcribed by the court reporter. All that it needs to be is that it's being presented to him. And so it doesn't need to be word for word with the court reporter. So we just want to do as most efficiently as we can so that if he cannot read it, give him that opportunity. But if he cannot, so that we're not delaying it, but he still gets the opportunity to read or review it in some manner. Okay?
Understood, Your Honor.
All right. Before we go any further, then, I think I'm going to go ahead and, because we're talking about his testimony and in regards to the admissibility of the co-conspirator statements, and I already have the defense argument on the record in regards to that and as to whether or not the conspiracy continues past the death of the victim. And so I found some case law wherein murder for hires, the conspiracy continues beyond that. It continues until the money is paid. And the case law specifically states that the conspiracy has more than one objective. It has both the objective of the murder of the victim and the objective of getting payment for that murder. So the conspiracy does not stop at the time of the murder, which it does in many cases, but if it's a murder for hire and there's money exchanging hands for that murder, the conspiracy does not end until the money is paid. And so therefore, the statements which do have an independent basis, and that independent basis was was Mr. Rivera's overhearing of Ms. Magbanua's voice as to whether or not the job was done, and also delivery of the money the next day was an independent evidence of the conspiracy. And so that's number one. And number two, the conspiracy was still in effect up until the money was delivered. So those statements that were made on the way back to Miami are admissible under that. And the case citations for that are Romani versus State, 528 Southern 2nd, 15, Florida 3rd, DCA, 1988. And that decision was approved in part and quashed in part by the Florida Supreme Court, 542 Southern 2nd, 984, but that was on other grounds. Also, the basis for that ruling is a Florida Supreme Court case called Eccles versus State, 484 Southern 2nd, 568, Florida, 1985, which involved a hired killing. And they found also in that case that the conspiracy continues until the money is paid. So I will make that ruling right now. I'm not going to hear any other argument on it, and because we've already made the arguments clear on the record. And but that's my ruling, and so those statements are going to be admissible, and they have been tied back up by the state.
Thank you,
All right.
Judge. I would like to make a little bit more of a record on that. If now is not a great time, we could revisit that possibly.
Let's do it now.
Okay, Judge. I wanted to agree with Your Honor's analysis of the timeline and when a conspiracy is concluded for purposes of a murder for hire. But I also wanted to make a record of the argument that I don't think we necessarily get to that analysis in this case, because I went back through the testimony last night, and the co-conspirator statements that were admitted yesterday by Mr. Rivera were all properly admitted as having occurred before the crime was committed, so before the murder. And those were that the defendant hired Sigfredo Garcia to kill Dan Markel, that the defendant told Garcia where to go and who to kill and when to do the killing, and that the defendant was the mastermind of the whole thing. Third, that the defendant told Garcia not to do anything stupid and to have Luis Rivera take down his Instagram post. Four, that the defendant provided money for expenses for both of the trips to Tallahassee. And fifth, that the murder was to benefit Wendy Adelson so that she could have her kids. And sixth, that the information was relayed from Katherine Magbanua to the killers that the victim was going to be leaving town the next day and that he needed to be killed on the day that he was. All of those statements were admitted as co-conspirator statements, but they all occurred before the actual murder. The only statement in question that occurred after the murder was that statement that Mr. Rivera heard directly from Katherine Magbanua's mouth over the open line on the telephone, whereby she said, "I know," when she was informed that the job was done. That statement, the state would argue, was admissible separately, not as a co-conspirator statement, but as an admission of a party opponent. So I don't think that falls into the co-conspirator requirement that where it needs to happen before the conspiracy is concluded. So even in the event that we're wrong about our analysis of when the murder for hire concluded, I think the independent evidence of the conspiracy can occur post conclusion of the conspiracy, as evidenced by the case U.S. v. Fields, 871 Federal 2nd 188. That's a 1989 case out of the First Circuit, which stands for the proposition in head note. It's covered on head note 9, I believe. Evidence of conspirators post-conspiracy activity is admissible if probative of evidence of the conspiracy or participation of alleged conspirator, even though they might have occurred after the conspiracy ended. So those independent events that we have, as I mentioned previously, are that statement, "I know," indicating she knew the murder was done, the statement regarding that she would obtain the money and they would get the money the next day, the fact that she did go get the money, which we're going to hear through Sergeant Corbett today, and deliver the money to Luis Rivera as Rivera testified. And I think we're gonna hear some additional evidence of that fact, Judge, as the trial goes along in the form of the wiretap, which will further evidence the existence of the conspiracy, the fact that this defendant was a member of the conspiracy, and her specific role in the conspiracy. So all that will be evidence, which I think inarguably is post-conspiracy, but still can be considered for Your Honor's analysis of, is there independent evidence that she's a member of the conspiracy other than those co-conspirator statements that we're seeking to offer, which were made prior to the murder?
All right. Well, certainly any statements that are made prior to the murder fall within the co-conspirator hearsay exception fully. And as to whether or not the conspiracy has ended, that's going to be made. The court's going to make a determination of those based on whatever particular statements are made and at what time. And then also, if they're statements that are made by the defendant, they certainly, for the most part, would qualify as admissions of the party opponent and would be admissible under that. The phone calls, because I want to make sure that we address it, the phone calls between the 3 phone calls between Charlie Adelson and the mother Adelson, those aren't coming in, you're not asking for those to come in today?
No, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we address your argument before that. So before that witness testifies, I don't know who that's going to be.
That'll be Agent Sanford, Judge.
Okay, all right. We'll make sure that we address your argument, your Crawford argument before that. Okay? All right. Anything else before we bring the jury in?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense.
All right, let's operate this as efficiently as possible, please. And not holding you to it specifically, but how much more time do you think you're going to need for cross-examination, approximately?
You know, the best estimate that I can give, I don't know how long I went yesterday. That was 15 pages. I have 8 pages left.
Okay. All right. Let's bring the jury in, please.
I think
Usually a new day I swing in, but let's go ahead and swing in there. Good morning. Morning. Good morning. Good to see you. Morning. Good morning, everyone. All right, please be seated. And thank you again for everyone's timeliness and arriving on time and your attentiveness. And we're ready to continue now with the cross-examination of Mr. Rivera. So we're going to bring Mr. Rivera into the courtroom at this time. Good morning, Mr. Rivera. Before you have a seat, it's a new day, so we're going to swear you in again, okay, sir? Please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
That's good. Thank you.
Mr. DeCoste, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. Rivera, last night when you left here, you went back to the jail, right?
Yes, sir.
When you go back to the jail, it's you, yourself, in your cell, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's been that way since you were arrested in 2016 on this case, right?
Yes, sir.
So what that means is you're not going through the daily activities that a person on the outside goes through, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't have to remember to turn off the stove, pick up the kids, stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
You don't have to remember to file your taxes, to go to the doctors, go to the dentist, stuff like that, right?
Yes, sir.
It's been a matter of being in your cell with your thoughts, with your agreement with this office, right?
Yes, sir.
Your sole job since 2016 has to be to remember your testimony in this case.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about guns. The June trip, there was 2 guns, right?
Yes, sir.
Both 38 caliber,
Yes, sir.
38 Smith & Wesson short nose,
Yes, sir.
and a blue steel long nose Taurus.
Yes, sir.
Garcia had the blue steel,
Yes, sir.
you had the short nose.
Yes, sir.
You agree you bought that short nose.
Yes, I did, sir.
You bought it to come up here.
Yes, sir.
And you bought it from a quote, neighborhood from a black boy.
Yes, sir.
That's what you told law enforcement about where you acquired this gun.
Yes, I did.
And again, to make sure it's clear, you acquired this gun after a conversation with Garcia
Yes, sir.
while he was renting the car to come here.
Yes.
And you don't know the name or even really a description of the guy that you got the gun from.
No, sir.
Correct me if I'm wrong, the Latin Kings transfer and distribute guns.
Yes, sir.
On direct examination, Ms. Kappelman asked you how many guns were brought for the murder trip, right?
Yes, sir.
And your answer was 2.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you again. How many guns were brought for the second trip, your second trip, the murder trip?
Can't remember.
Would it help your memory to listen to your statement from October 4th of 2016?
Yes, sir.
If you could put on those headphones for me, please. Oh, yeah. Mr. Rivera, did listening to yourself refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
I'll ask you again, how many guns were brought?
1.
All right, so now we have it. Not what you told the government when they asked you the question about 2 guns, now it's 1 gun.
Yes, sir. I mean, we all make mistakes. It's been 8 years. Memories, you forget stuff. 8 years, who's going to remember?
And again, the only thing that you've had to remember over the past 8 years is your testimony.
Yeah, I don't sit down in my cell and think about this right here.
Let's talk about the bullets. You bought those, correct?
Yes, sir.
You bought those at a gun store
Yes, sir.
on Biscayne
Yes, I did.
in between 112th and 117th.
Yes, sir.
The guns that we spoke about, there's the blue steel long nose and the short nose, the one that you bought.
Yes, sir.
All right, so the short nose that you bought, that gun was the one that was dumped.
Yes, sir.
And it was dumped, you say, near a bridge
Yes, sir.
by Garcia
Yes, sir.
on the ride home.
Yes, sir.
Now, you claim that you wanted to help them find the murder weapon, right?
Yes, sir.
But in actuality, you never wanted them to find it.
No, I don't know what bridge. There's so many bridges we passed through. I'm not going to.
Correct me if I'm wrong, law enforcement knows the very precise route you took, so it's not a matter of checking all bridges in the state of Florida,
I'm
correct?
not going to remember the bridge, sir.
That's not my question. law enforcement knows the precise route that you took home, right?
I guess so.
And they drove you on that precise route.
Yes, sir.
And you never pointed out the alleged bridge that the gun
I
was.
passed through so many bridges, sir. I'm not gonna remember. Just like I told them, I don't remember the bridge.
I'm showing you what's been entered in Defense 6. This was your best attempt at helping them find the murder weapon in this case, right?
Yes,
You
sir.
drew this.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk about the amount of times that you went out looking with them. You haven't been out with them since 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you only went out a couple of times, a couple of days, a couple of hours to look for this gun, right?
I don't remember a couple of times, but I don't remember.
Was it less than that?
Maybe one time.
One time you get into a van, they drive around, look at a couple of bridges, and then give up.
I mean, I can't remember.
Mr. Rivera, isn't it true that you did what you said you were going to do, which is to put it away and bury that shit somewhere? No one is going to find it but me.
Yes, sir.
You said that, right?
Yes, I did.
And that's what you did with this gun.
No, sir.
The gun was never found, right?
I never dished it nowhere. I never threw it nowhere. That wasn't my job.
You bought the gun.
I bought the gun.
You handled the gun.
Handle it? Like what type of you talking about?
Well, you remember how you told us that time that the guy walked in the hotel room and you picked up both guns and you pointed it at them?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you touched that gun.
Yes, I did.
And you gave vague information where it was acquired from, and you gave very little information as to where it was disposed of. You did that to protect yourself on both ends, didn't you?
Not at all, sir.
Now, you are aware that if law enforcement were to get that gun, you could be federally prosecuted. You know that.
No, sir.
Do you not know that? Do you not remember?
Me being prosecuted if they find a gun?
Do you not remember knowing that if they had that gun, they could tie it to interstate commerce? Do you not remember knowing that?
No, I don't remember.
Your Honor, if I could have one brief moment.
Okay.
Second deposition, page 279. Lines 1 through 9.
See what Mr. Rivera understands first. You're going to refresh his recollection? Let's see what Mr. Rivera understands first.
She's going to do that as well, Your Honor,
Okay. You may.
to save the trips back and forth.
All right. Mr. Rivera, this young lady is just going to give you some assistance with reviewing this transcript. If you feel comfortable reviewing it yourself and understanding it, then you can review it and understand it, and you just let me know. But if for some reason you don't, she's going to help you or read it to you quietly. Excuse me?
She's gonna have to help me.
Okay, all right. That's what she'll do then. Thank you.
All set?
I got, I'll speak loud. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, sir.
And we were talking about why you would hide the origin and the disposal of the gun. And I had asked you about you being federally prosecuted. You were aware and you know that if they have that gun, they could tie it to interstate commerce and federally prosecute you on this case.
Yes, and it says that, I'm not sure, but yes.
Yes, that you are aware of that. Not sure if they could, but you're aware that it's a possibility.
Yes, not sure if they could, but yes, I'm aware of it.
And that's something that would be a concern because you can't fight the feds.
Yes, sir.
Now that gun, it would be evidence against you, right?
Yes, sir.
That you're the shooter.
I'm not the shooter.
You know, it's interesting that you say that. If I could have one moment to get into it. Sir Rivera, your testimony is that you drove up this driveway behind that car, and that Garcia got out, went inside, and shot Professor Markel, right?
Yes, sir.
But you knew that Professor Markel's window was up, right?
Yes, I can see it.
You also knew that he was on the phone when he got shot, right?
I pulled up right behind him. I can see him.
And you also knew, you happened to have the detail, that he raised his arm when he was shot in the face.
I can see that too.
Those are odd details for Sigfredo Garcia to shoot him, to jump back in the car and say, drive. Hey, and by the way, he was on his phone, the window was up, and he raised his arm.
I can see everything, sir. I'm pulled up right behind him.
Let's stay in the driveway and return to the issue from yesterday. When I was asking you questions about your testimony about claiming to see Wendy Adelson walk down that driveway and into the house the day before the murder, and I'm going to give this to you for context so you know where I'm going. You remember how I had asked you questions about your exchange with Garcia, how he said she's here to make sure it's getting done, how then he made a phone call to Katherine Magbanua, and he made that before noon on Thursday. Now, I asked you that question you didn't remember. Do you remember now? Was that phone call before noon on Thursday?
I don't remember the time.
Would it help your memory if you were to listen to yourself from your recording on 10-4?
Maybe.
What clip is this, please?
Did that help your memory?
Yeah.
And when was it that you said that this phone call happened?
I said maybe by noon.
All right, you said before 12 noon on Thursday, correct?
Yes, sir.
Those are your words.
Yes, sir.
So just to make sure that we have the context correct, so it's from yesterday, you have this alleged sighting, this alleged conversation with Garcia, and before you get back to the hotel, before 12 noon, he's on the phone with Katie, finding out what's going on.
Yes, sir.
You made all that up, didn't you?
No, sir.
Now, you were banking on the fact that Garcia, having children with Katie, is always on the phone with her, right?
Yes, sir.
In evidence, we have Katherine Magbanua's cell phone records. And would you be surprised to learn that there is no phone call between Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua before 12 noon that day?
Will you be surprised if I tell you they had throwaway phones?
So your testimony now is that Katherine Magbanua had a throwaway phone?
They both had throwaway phones.
Your Honor, if I could have one brief moment.
Okay.
Mr. Rivera, On October 4th, 2016, you gave the recorded statement, right?
Don't remember.
On November 29th, 2016, you appeared before a grand jury in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
On March 22nd, 2019, you appeared for a deposition in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
January 31st, 2018, the year before, a different deposition in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've sat in that chair before back in 2019 on October 1st and October 2nd, correct?
Yes, I did, sir.
And you have never made that claim before that there was a disposable phone.
Believe I have.
Isn't this you just evolving your story to keep up for the mistakes?
No, sir.
Let's talk about cars. Let's focus now on the June trip. Aren't your words the first time we came up, I never drove the car at all?
I never drove the first car.
I'm showing you what's been entered in as State's Exhibit 65. First term's in June, correct?
Yes, sir.
You get a citation for driving that car, right?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you were alone in that car because you were alone on the first trip.
No, sir. Not at all.
So you get a citation, but you weren't driving the car.
That was for Sigfredo.
So Sigfredo was driving, but you get the ticket?
He was with me. I think we had changed. I think we had stopped somewhere, if I remember. I think we had stopped and we just for that moment, I drove for a little bit.
Isn't this your testimony evolving again? You make a mistake,
It's
you
the
change
same
it.
answer I gave since day one, man. You're not going to sit here and try to confuse me back and forth.
Mr. Rivera, didn't you just
So-
say 2 minutes ago to this jury, you never drove the first trip?
I can't really remember, but now that you say it, yeah, I mean, when I got the ticket, if that was the first car, I guess.
You remember everything she asked you, but not what I present you with, right?
I tell her the same thing I tell you. If I don't remember, I don't remember. If I say yes, yes. Say no, it's no.
You make no mistakes about the alleged claims against Ms. Magbanua, but when presented with evidence showing that you're wrong on details, then, I don't remember.
I'm not wrong, man. Not at all, sir. Everything I say is nothing but the truth.
Let's keep going.
That's right.
You have the June trip. You have the murder trip. Mr. Rivera, how many trips were made for the purpose of this killing? Actually, let's wait on that for a second. We'll come back in a minute. On direct examination, you testified that the purpose of the June trip, this one, where you got the citation being a passenger, that the purpose of the first trip was to scout it out. That was your testimony yesterday, right?
Yes, sir.
Brief moment, Your Honor. Grand jury, page 8, lines 3 through 6. Mr. Rivera, you appeared before a grand jury back in 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was for the purpose of, this is after you get your deal, it was for the purpose of indicting Ms. Magbanua, right?
Yes, sir.
I wasn't there, right?
We're in the courtroom?
No defense attorneys were there, correct?
Yes, sir.
None of us were there, right?
Yes.
But she was,
Yes.
asking you questions.
Yes, sir.
There was a court reporter taking down your words, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you swore to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Kapman asked you the question. Okay, and what was the purpose of the first trip to Tallahassee? Answer. The purpose of the first trip was to do the murder the first trip. Question, to do the murder? Answer, yeah, but I didn't want to do that.
We were supposed to scope out the place, and if it would have got done, it would have got done that day, but it never happened. So
Your
we can't-
testimony years back was the purpose of the June trip, when you were alone, was to do the murder. That was your testimony, right? To do the murder.
Yes.
But when she asked you yesterday, it's a different answer.
It's been years, man. Can't remember.
When you're in your cell
I don't think about this. Tell that one more time. I don't sit to myself and think about this. So don't ask me that question again. You're repeating yourself over and over.
Mr. Rivera, let's talk about trips. There was the June trip and then the murder trip, right? Those are two of the trips.
Yes, sir.
But I'm going to ask you an open-ended question. How many trips were there to Tallahassee for the purpose of killing Professor Markel?
2 trips. I believe it was 2 trips that I said.
2 trips?
Yes, sir.
Second deposition, page 103, lines 16 through 24.
Judge, I'm gonna object on this one, improper impeachment.
Do you need to be more specific on the record?
I think so, Judge.
All right, let's go side by.
Two trips, right?
Yes, sir.
You remember a few years back, Miss Kawas and I coming out to Arizona to take your deposition in USB Tucson, right?
Yes, sir.
We sat in a room, Miss Kawas, Miss Kappelman, myself, you, and a court reporter, right?
Yes, sir.
You were sworn in before that deposition. You swore to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
You have a cooperation agreement where you have to give truthful testimony, complete testimony, right?
Yes, sir.
And the court reporter took down all of your words.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember me asking you, like Sigfredo, you were coked up and drinking the whole trip? You, the whole trip and back out every day. Me, this is the first trip in June, the witness. The first trip in June, the second trip, the third trip. Every time we went up there, we was always coked up and drinking. Me, there was a third trip. You, we're going to get to that. There was only 2 trips. You slipped up, didn't you?
No, sir.
See, your discovery, the reports that you got from their office only talked about 2 trips, right?
Yes, sir.
So that's why your testimony was there was only 2 trips.
There's only been 2 trips.
But when you were asked questions on a different topic, you couldn't keep your story straight. And you said, we, not they, we. The first trip in June, the second trip, the third trip, every time we went up there, we was always coked up and drinking. Those are your words, right?
Yes.
I wasn't tricking you, right? We asked you a straightforward question about drugs and alcohol, and you said third trip.
2 trips.
Which is inconsistent with the information that you had received in your discovery before you cooperated.
2 trips.
Now, Mr. Rivera, in all your other prior times, October 4th, January 31st, November of 2019, November of 2016, October 1st and 2nd, 2019, no mention ever of a third trip.
I don't remember that 3rd trip.
You would agree with me if you were to change your testimony to slip up,
No, sir.
and it were to be found that there were a third trip, that you would be in violation of your cooperation agreement with that office.
No, sir.
You don't agree with me that if they were to find out there were a third trip, that you would be in violation of the agreement where you must give the truth and the complete truth.
I only came out twice.
That's not my question. You would agree with me that if you left out a vital fact, a vital trip, that you would be in violation of your agreement.
Yes.
Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
Now, you've previously sat in that same seat and tried to repair that mistake, haven't you?
No, sir.
You haven't sat up there before and said, you know what? It was Sigfredo Garcia and King Anthony that made a trip. You've never said that before?
Yes, sir. Now you're trying to remember my memory's coming back. Yeah. That was
Okay.
that 3rd trip you're talking about. That he came up with somebody else, not me.
So there is a third trip.
I remember. Now that you say it, yeah, I remember saying that. But you saying that I came up here 3 times, I only came out twice. That 3rd trip was somebody else. You need to say the whole story. You're just saying half of the thing. I said 3. I only came out 3 times. Come on, dog.
I wasn't there. I don't know the truth.
But if it's in that paper, read it out right.
Okay. We. You understand what we means, right?
Yes.
Not they. We.
Yeah.
Okay. But you then tried to correct that because, again, you'd be in violation of that agreement. It was, no, Sigfredo Garcia and King Anthony. But that's what we're focusing on right now. That you previously said that there was a third trip, Sigfredo Garcia and King Anthony, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know that because apparently Sigfredo Garcia told you that there was this third trip.
Yes, sir.
You see the stack of paperwork in front of me, right?
I see all that.
You've given sworn testimony 10 times before.
Yes, sir.
The closest that you've gotten to ever mentioning that third trip was the we statement, and then in October of 2019. In your recorded interview, October of 2016, you never mentioned a third trip, right?
I think I did.
Your Honor, Mr. Rivera, your October 4, 2016 statement was roughly 3 hours, correct?
I don't remember.
Your Honor, one brief moment. Thank you. So it should be in your statement, right?
It should be.
It definitely wasn't in your discovery, right?
I don't know. I can't read, so I never read that discovery.
Yeah, but you had two attorneys and they reviewed it with you.
I mean, it's been a long time, sir.
So In the years, let's sidetrack for a moment. In the years, you've had tons of meetings, since your cooperation, tons of meetings with their office, correct?
Yes.
You've sat down for hours on end with investigator Jason Newland, their investigator, not Tallahassee Police Department, with Jason Newland reviewing your testimony.
Don't remember you reviewing no testimony, but I don't remember that.
So all the times that there are orders to transport you from jail to their office wasn't for the purpose of reviewing your testimony?
I mean, yeah, we reviewed, but you talking about my discovery and testimony and all that?
No, what I'm talking about is specifically your testimony, and specifically whether you ever told Jason Newland about a third trip.
I don't remember.
Okay. So you don't remember whether you told Jason Newland, Agent Patrick Sanford, or investigator Craig Isom about a third trip?
I remember telling them.
So you told them about this third trip?
Yeah, I don't think Jason was there.
Okay, so you told Agent Sanford and investigator Isom about this third trip between Sigfredo Garcia and one of your Latin King brothers.
Yes, sir.
All right. You would agree with me that if you never mentioned that you would be in violation of your cooperation agreement.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about your communication with the outside world when you're in federal custody. Okay? When you were in Coleman, if you could explain to the jury what Coleman is.
Coleman is Coleman 1, it's an active yard. It's a real violent yard. They don't play over there.
So back in 2016, before you're charged in this case, you're in Coleman, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you agree with me that you're able to get access to both legitimate and illegitimate phones while in Coleman, right?
Yeah.
That you were able to have a three-way call with Sigfredo Garcia through one of your brothers.
I ain't never called him on the phone.
I'm sorry?
I never spoke to him on the phone or did a three-way. It was like a text.
Now,
like a text service.
Now and some of that happened through a guy named Leanback, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now Leanback is a king.
Yes.
And you would send emails through the system that you have in federal custody to Leanback, and then he would send out texts on your behalf.
Probably sound like one email, I believe.
All right. Now, in May of 2016, starting in May of 2016, you're able to communicate via this messaging system with Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Yes.
Now, during that time, you're also communicating with Jessica Rodriguez, the mother of your children, correct?
Of course.
And you're doing that through email.
Yes, sir.
And her email, correct me if I'm wrong, is siannagron1020@gmail.com.
Yes, sir.
That's SIANNANEGRON 1020@gmail.com. Right?
Yes, sir.
And on May 10, 2016, right around the time of the wiretaps, you email her asking for Garcia's cell phone number.
Yes, sir.
Do you agree or do you deny that then in May 2016, Sigfredo Garcia is receiving text messages from somebody saying this is Tato?
Yes, sir.
And that's you, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's you sending those messages.
Yes.
Let's stay on the topic of Garcia. Where Garcia lived. He was living on 186th and Biscayne, correct?
Yes.
There's a period of time that he was living with King Anthony, right? If you remember.
Probably, I think so.
Around the time of 2014.
Yeah.
Now let's stay on the topic of Sigfredo Garcia. We'll talk about Katherine. He loved her, right?
He
Still
sure
loves
did.
her.
He sure do.
Crazy about her.
Yes,
Would do anything for her.
of course.
Now, you have known Sigfredo Garcia your entire life, right?
Yes, sir.
You refer to him as brother.
Yes, sir.
Now, this isn't just something that you guys hang out on the weekends. You very much are together in the same community hanging out.
Yes, sir.
You know everything about each other.
Yes, sir.
You know his reputation in the community.
Yes, sir.
You know that his reaction if somebody were sleeping with Katie, he'd confront them, right?
Of course.
Try to run them over.
Yes, sir.
You agree with me that it is in Sigfredo's character that he would find somebody that's sleeping with Katie, right?
Yes, sir.
And hurt them.
Yes, sir.
Meaning, meet them face to face.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk now about the dentist and Catherine. You agree with me that Garcia knew about the relationship.
Yes, sir.
He knew about the relationship with the dentist.
Yes, sir.
He told you that he knew about it.
Yes, sir.
And he also told you he was her boss. The dentist was her boss.
Yes, sir.
And he knew the guy's name.
Yes.
You'd agree with me that Sigfredo Garcia was angry, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was jealous.
Yes, sir.
Now, because of this, because the love of his life was with somebody else, let's back up for a second. Sigfredo Garcia does well with women, correct?
Yes, sir.
Very much a lady.
Yes, sir.
He's got real light green eyes, right?
Yes, sir.
Almost like lime green.
Yes, sir.
Girls flock to him.
Of course.
Charismatic guy, right?
Yes, sir.
Very well spoken, very tough guy, right?
Yes, sir.
But for the first time, he had some competition.
Yes, sir.
Because the guy that he was in competition with had the one thing that he doesn't have, which is finances.
Yes, sir.
Although Sigfredo, being the guy that was very good with women, he was never really financially secure. Right?
Yes, sir.
So because of this, Sigfredo, for the first time, in actual jeopardy of losing Catherine, he was going through a lot, right?
Yes, sir.
He was desperate.
Yes.
He was drinking.
Every day.
He was doing coke like every day, right?
Every day.
And he was doing it more than usual.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't usual for him to do it every day, but he was off. He was not himself.
Yes, sir.
He was fighting a lot.
Every day.
And this is around the time of 2014 when they're broken up. So between the end of 2013, half of 2014, he's losing it, right?
Yes, sir.
He's violent and erratic.
Yes, sir.
And he actually went so far as to stalking the dentist, right?
Yes, sir.
And you remember a specific time where in that truck, right?
Yes, sir.
That black Dodge truck that you guys went to a restaurant, right?
Yes, sir.
And what you saw was Katherine Magbanua sitting outside with the guy that she was dating, and he was flipping out.
Yes, sir.
He was furious, right?
Yes.
He actually wanted to take that truck and run over the dinner party that they were with, right?
Yes.
He was so angry, you had to stop him.
Yes, sir.
Now let's make sure that we have the context. Before the murder, they're broken up, right?
Yes, sir.
And then right after the murder, they're back together, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rivera, Garcia played you, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes.
He confronted Charles.
What you mean confronting, Charles?
Like you said was in his nature, that this guy would confront the guy that was in between him and the woman that he loved.
Yeah.
That was his nature to do that, right?
Yes, sir.
Like you said was in his nature.
Yes, sir.
Like he told you he would do.
Yes.
And that confrontation turned into a negotiation between him and Charles Adelson. Right?
You think they spoke?
You've told us that this guy would absolutely confront that other guy, right?
Of course.
And it would be very awkward. What I'm saying is that Sigfredo Garcia came to you with a job, but he never told you it was for. He couldn't tell you, hey, that guy that I just wanted to run over, we're going to do a job for him. Because you, as a Latin King boss, you would say, that doesn't make any sense. The government told you Katie was involved, right?
No, sir. No, sir.
You went along with it
No, sir.
because you can't fight the feds.
No, sir.
So you took it and ran.
No, sir. She's been involved the whole time. It's the only
Nothing.
one he speaks to.
I'm sorry?
It's the only girl he speaks to is Katie. Whatever she tells him to do, he jumps and do it. That's his weakness. Her right there.
Nothing.
All right, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Rivera, you were asked if you agreed to the government's facts. Do you remember being asked that?
What's facts?
Did you agree to the government's facts? I think the question is, did you read or have read to you the reports in this case and then just regurgitate whatever was in the reports? Is that what you did?
No, ma'am.
All right. When you cut a deal, what was your understanding of what you had to do to get the
Cooperate.
benefit of the deal?
Cooperate.
And does cooperate mean regurgitate every single thing that's in the police reports?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, what's in the police reports includes Charlie Adelson being involved in this case. You don't know anything about that, do you?
No, ma'am.
So you're not able to regurgitate that fact, are you?
No, ma'am.
Would you agree that it would be helpful to the state? You know, we're prosecuting Charlie Adelson, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It would be helpful if you could say Charlie Adelson did it.
Yes, ma'am.
But you can't do that, can you?
No, ma'am.
Because you don't know that fact, do you?
No, ma'am.
The only person that knows that fact is Katherine Magbanua, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because that's who she was dating.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you did correct us on some things we had wrong, didn't you? And for example, the money drop. You got the money the next morning, not the night of, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that wasn't in the police reports, was it?
No, ma'am.
We didn't know about that until you told us, did we?
Yes, ma'am.
We didn't know y'all shot a hole in the Prius, did we, until you told us?
Yes, ma'am.
That wasn't in the police reports, was it?
No, ma'am.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, let's be careful of the leading questions, please.
The facts that you agreed to, did we basically get it right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the facts that you agreed to, are those the facts that you personally have knowledge of?
Yes, ma'am.
Where does Shrimp live?
Miami Beach. I don't know the address, but she's staying in Miami Beach.
Do you remember the map that Mr. DeCote showed you with the little island? Does she live on that island?
Yes.
Out
ma'am.
there, okay. And that's where you sent somebody to pick up Garcia to come get the money at Jessica's house the morning after the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And before you sent somebody to go get Garcia from Shrimp's house, did you have your phone in your possession?
I have two phones, and Anthony has my other phone.
All right. And one of the phones that you had in your possession that morning of the money drop, did you use that phone to talk to Katherine Magbanua?
She called me.
And what did she tell you?
She like, who's gonna come get this money?
She had the money and y'all need to come get it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why you sent somebody out to find
Objection, Your
Garcia.
Honor, leading.
Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Ms. Kappelman, let's be careful of leading questions, please. Those are leading questions.
You were asked if Garcia was stupid and made mistakes in this case. Do you recall being asked that?
No,
Did
ma'am.
he mess up by talking on the phone, using his phone, making calls?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You were stupid too, weren't you? I mean, you made some mistakes, didn't you?
Both of us stupid.
You're wearing blue partially because you got caught in this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you brought a phone to do a murder, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you rent a car in your own name to come do a murder?
Yes.
Posted something on Instagram from Tallahassee while you were here?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
That's not a leading question.
Did you
Yes.
post something? You
Yes,
did?
ma'am.
Okay, so all those are mistakes that ended up helping to get you caught.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you were shown this exhibit, State's Demonstrative C.
Objection, I didn't show the witness that exhibit.
Have you seen this exhibit before?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection outside of the scope of cross.
Overruled.
All right, and you were asked about the phones that you had. I know you don't remember the phone numbers, it's been too long. But you've seen this exhibit before today, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you were asked about these phones and these phone numbers way back when we first started asking you questions about this case,
Yes, ma'am.
years ago, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you authenticated those two phone numbers back at that time when your memory was better as being your phone numbers.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you don't remember those numbers as you sit here today.
I mean, it's been a long time, but
That's okay. I just want to clarify what the situation is with the phone numbers. You did remember them at one time.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And those, you had seen that exhibit before and authenticated those phone numbers as your phone numbers.
Yes, I have, ma'am.
All right. How long was the deposition at Coleman Prison?
I can't remember
Who was asking you questions?
the two detectives.
No, I'm talking about at the prison when we did the deposition.
Oh, yeah, I can't. I don't know their names like that, but the two lawyers.
The two lawyers were asking you questions,
Yes, ma'am.
and that went on for a whole day, right?
Objection, again leading.
Overruled.
How long did it go on?
I think it was a whole day.
It
You're
was,
right.
long, it was a long
It's a
time.
long day.
Okay. All right, and you were asked many, many questions. Among them, were you asked about the trips and how much you were drinking on the trips, how much cocaine you were using on the trips? Were those sorts of questions asked of you?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you always maintained in that deposition and all the other statements that you were in fact using cocaine and alcohol on
Objection,
both
proper,
trips?
improper bolstering, always maintained.
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am.
That's not in dispute, is it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And when you were asked about this third trip, you know, I asked you about in the police reports, there were some things that you didn't agree with. Do you recall something being in the police reports or you being asked questions about a woman seeing two men behind Dan Markel's home sometime before the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what is your testimony regarding whether that was you behind Dan Markel's home sometime before the murder seen by this lady?
No, ma'am.
You didn't do it.
No.
You weren't there.
No.
So that if that was Garcia, he had to be with somebody else.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you don't have any knowledge of when that trip occurred,
No, ma'am.
if that trip even occurred.
No, ma'am.
You weren't here.
No, ma'am.
But if a tall guy and a short guy were behind that home, that wasn't you.
No, ma'am.
And have you always maintained that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you've never told anybody that you came here on a third trip.
Like, well,
Have you ever told anybody that you came to Tallahassee on a third
no,
trip?
I only came on 2 trips.
All right. And in the deposition taken of you on March 22nd, 2019, you say, and I'm on the bottom of page 109, starting on line 23, question, why would he have gone with Anthony? Answer, because he was one of us. We used to hang out together, and there was some short person that went back there, supposedly in the back of the house, and I ain't never walked back there. And he's short like me. Is King Anthony short
Yes, ma'am.
like you?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why you thought maybe this is the person this
Objection, Your
woman
Honor.
saw.
Leading and proper impeachment. We've got leading questions and reading a transcript.
All right, Ms. Kappelman, this is redirect. You're asking leading questions. I understand you're moving things along,
Yes, sir.
but you need to clear up your questions and not ask them in a leading form, okay? Or else I'm going to start interrupting you from this point forward.
Yes, sir. And so, how did you learn that someone was seen behind the house? Some short guy.
I heard it from a detective.
All right. And did you or did you not, or something else, disagree that you were the one that was back there?
I was never back there.
It wasn't you.
No, ma'am.
All right. Do you enjoy having to testify against your friends?
No, ma'am.
Would it have been easier for you if your testimony could have been against someone else, a stranger?
Not at all. Nobody.
You think it'd been hard no matter what you had to do?
Yes, ma'am.
But was it particularly hard that you have to testify against your best friend and his wife?
That's hard. It hurts.
Were you loyal to these folks before this all went down?
Yes, ma'am.
When did the defendant and Sigfredo Garcia get back together after the murder? When was the first time they got back together?
Can't remember.
Do you remember giving testimony previously that occurred at the Manny Pacquiao fight?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and the Manny Pacquiao fight was in May of
Objection, Your Honor.
2015, wasn't it?
Improper refreshment that is just being said in open court to the witness.
Overruled.
When was the Manny Pacquiao fight?
I don't remember what day was it. I know it was on a Saturday. And that's the day they got together because I tried to put them, me and Jessica tried to put them together. Because I went and bought some shirts from her that day.
All right, and so it wasn't until approximately 10 months after the murder that they got together, or was it right after the murder as you were asked on cross-examination?
Objection, Your Honor. Proper refreshment. We can go sidebar.
No,
Can't remember.
overruled.
Can't remember.
Okay, can you remember that it was definitely the fight, or could it have been sooner?
Probably the fight.
Your recollection is it occurred at the fight.
Probably the fight.
Okay, but you just don't remember when the fight was.
Yeah, I don't remember when the fight was.
Okay. All right, let's talk about this supposed confrontation that occurred at a restaurant. You know which one I'm talking about, where you were with Sigfredo Garcia watching Katie with the dentist at the restaurant?
On the truck. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And during that whole episode, did Sigfredo Garcia ever get out of the car?
I can't remember.
So he might have gone up and confronted the dentist and you just don't remember?
No. He never got off the car to confront him at all.
All right. That's my question.
Okay.
Did the two meet?
No, ma'am.
Did they fight?
No, ma'am.
Did they have a verbal argument?
No, ma'am.
Did Sigfredo Garcia confront him that night about, hey, you're
No,
sleeping
ma'am.
with my woman?
No.
All right. And is that something he would have told you
Yes.
he had
he
done
would-
that?
Objection, speculation. Move to strike.
That is speculation. That's sustained.
What type of relationship did you have with Sigfredo Garcia back then?
We had a great relationship. I was like my brother.
All right. Did he confide in you? Everything he did? Did he tell you everything?
Objection, speculation.
It's overruled.
Did he tell you everything?
Basically everything. Yes, ma'am.
You were together every day, weren't you?
Every day.
All right. And you were there when this incident occurred at the restaurant.
Yes, ma'am.
And it didn't happen as far as him confronting the dentist.
No, ma'am.
No face to face.
Nope.
No physical.
Nope.
Objection, asked and answered multiple times.
Overruled.
And what did y'all do after that confrontation? How did you unwind him?
We left. I said, man, we can't. He wanted to run the truck right through the restaurant. Tell him, nah, we ain't gonna do that. Not with me in the truck. But we're in there leaving. We just left.
All right. Do you remember what y'all did that night?
No.
Did you hang out together?
Every day we hang out.
Okay, and that night was no exception?
We hung up that night. I don't know where.
Okay, well, you don't have to know where, but did y'all spend time together, and did he recover himself from being upset as he was?
Yeah, a little bit.
All right, nothing further, Judge.
All right. Do you want Mr. Rivera retained?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Rivera will be retained. Thank you. You'll be escorted back.
Thank you.
Ms. Kappelman, do you have a brief witness that we can take care of? Okay. All right, we're going to take one more witness before our break, and the state may call its next witness. Waldo Nunez, please. Mr. Nunez, if you come up to the witness stand, please. Good morning. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Okay, please raise your right hand, respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Good morning, Mr. Nunez.
Morning, ma'am.
Will you say your name and spell it for the record, please?
Yes, first name Waldo, last name Mesa Nunes, WALDO MESA NENEZ.
Okay. What do you currently do for work?
What was that?
Where do you work?
FHP, Florida Highway Patrol.
Okay. Where did you work back in 2014?
Comfort rent a car.
And was that the Comfort Rent-A-Car in Miami, Florida, near the airport there, the Miami International Airport?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was your position at Comfort?
I used to work at the front desk, so customer service.
Okay. So were you working there in June of 2014?
Yes.
How long did you work for Comfort Rent-A-Car?
From 2014 to 2017.
Sir?
2014 to 2017.
Okay. And during that time, did you work the day shift or the evening shift?
Evening shift.
Okay. Would that have been from about 4 p.m. to about 10 p.m.?
Yes.
So whenever someone would come into Comfort Rental-Car, as the person who worked the front desk, if they came on your shift, would you be the person that actually filled out the rental contract for them?
Yes.
Okay. I've left a couple of items up on the witness stand for you. They've been pre-marked and shown to defense as States Exhibit 70 and 71. Do you see those items?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recognize those contracts and the GPS information and license and receipt attached?
Yes.
Okay. And did you actually have an opportunity before court to look through those as well?
Yes.
Okay. Whose handwriting is that on the contracts?
Mine.
Now, are rental agreements and the documents associated with them when someone rents a car, like the receipt for any money they give you or their driver's license, a copy of it, and any GPS information that the car may have attached to it, are those kept in the normal course of business at Comfort Rent-A-Car?
Yes.
Okay. And would you have created those agreements at the time that the cars were rented?
Yes.
And in those agreements, you're documenting, and we'll go through them, but you were documenting the circumstances around the rental, right? The car that was being rented, the person it was being rented to, how long, those types of things?
Yes.
Okay, and is it the regular practice to keep those types of documents that you have in front of you in the course of business at Comfort Rental-Car?
Yes.
Are those accurate copies of the rental agreements?
Yes.
Okay, at this time, I would enter States 70 and 71, the rental agreements and GPS information and other documentation with the agreements.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as States Exhibit 70 and 71.
Thank you. All right, permission to publish?
You may.
Thank you.
So did you have an opportunity to look at these two agreements before court today, and were you able to identify which one came first?
Yes,
And which one came first?
the one in the bottom.
This one?
Yes.
And I'll ask you about that one first.
Well, when I say bottom, I meant, yes, that one.
Okay.
And I actually have a.
This one? Okay.
All right, what's the name of the person who rented this car?
So it'll be on the top there. Sigfredo Garcia.
All right, and this is the address he gave you and the phone number that he gave you?
Yes.
All right, and up here, that this is the comfort rental car, address and information.
Yes.
What type of car did you rent?
It'll be a Nissan Altima right there.
What color was it?
Silver.
And right below the word silver is the.
The license plate.
Okay, and then what date did you rent this car at Comfort Rental Car?
So it'll be this day right here.
Is that June 2nd, 2014?
Yes.
What does this mean?
So that would be a deposit that they had to pay if they were paying cash. That's the days that they rented the vehicle for and the daily rate.
Okay, so if you rented the car for 3 days at $49 a day, and then you said that this would be the cash for it and the deposit.
Yes.
What do you see here on the bottom of the page?
What was that?
What do we see here on the bottom of the page? I guess does the person renting have to sign here?
Yes.
What does this mean?
That means that they had to return the vehicle on that date.
On June 5th, 2014 was when the 3-day rental was due?
Yes.
Okay, what time was it due?
8:50 p.m.
What time was the car rented on June 2nd of 2014 by Sigfredo Garcia?
It'll be that time at the end of the contract right there.
And how do you know that?
Because usually that's when I started writing the contract. That's when you put the time.
Okay, so when a customer comes in to rent a car, you pull out the contract and you start writing it, that's when you put the time down?
Yes.
Okay, and the car would be due at that same time, but in 3 days' time?
Yes.
Alright, and then are all the rentals at Comfort Rental Car that y'all would do kind of in 24-hour increments like that?
Yes.
What do we see here?
That's a receipt for the deposit.
So this is the receipt you would have received when you gave $500 cash?
Yes.
When someone comes in to rent a car, you get a copy of their driver's license?
Yes.
This driver's license that's attached to the paperwork, was this the driver's license that you got from Secretary Garcia when you came in on June 2nd to rent that car?
Yes.
Alright, I'm now gonna show you page 71. This is the second agreement. Who rented the car in the second agreement?
The same person that rented the first car.
Okay, give you the same phone number as before?
Yes.
What type of car did you rent in this agreement?
That'll be a Hyundai Sonata.
Okay, same amount on the deposit line as your first agreement?
Yes.
What date did you rent this Sonata?
June 3rd, 2014.
Okay, so the next day?
Next day.
That first agreement? What day was this blue Hyundai Sonata you got?
June 5th, 2014.
Right here?
Yes.
And at 8:50 p.m.?
Yes.
So does this look kind of like the same information
Yes.
This is all the same information as the first agreement, except that another car was rented the next day?
Yes.
All right, so looking at these two contracts and being, this is your handwriting, right, on the second contract?
Yes.
You said being the person that filled it out, from the information that you're able to gather from these, does that indicate that the car that was originally rented, that silver Nissan Altima, was exchanged the next day for another car, a blue Hyundai Sonata?
Yes.
Okay. And it was due back still, at that same time, June fifth, the same 3 days time from the time that the first car was rented.
Yes.
You said at that point that Comfort Rental had GPS locations on their car. Attached to this rental agreement, are there several GPS locations from places that the car was located during that rental?
Yes.
And here it says Jessica Rivera was a name associated with that.
That's the name of the person who owned the account, I believe. The GPS account manager and the rent a car.
Okay, that was the manager
Yes.
at the rental car?
Yes.
Okay, so that would have been the person whose name was on the account who pulled the information?
Yes.
And these are the different location addresses that the car was located at throughout its rental?
Yes.
All my questions about the rental agreement. I did have one more question for you though. I'm gonna show you what the legal evidence is, state 65.
Okay.
Did I give you an opportunity to look at that citation?
Yes.
Let's, I showed you this before court today.
Yes.
You are not, you said that you work for the Florida Highway Patrol. Are you a trooper with the Florida Highway Patrol?
Yes.
You are not the trooper who issued this traffic citation, right?
No.
And Luis Rivera?
Yeah, I'm not the trooper who issued that citation.
Okay. I just want to ask you.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object at this time. She's asking this witness's opinion on a ticket that he did not author.
Well, she hasn't asked any question yet, so I don't know what the question is, so overrule.
Does the Florida traffic citation have is there any information on here that would indicate that Luis Rivera was alone or with another person at the time that this traffic citation was issued?
All right, hold on. What's your objection?
Improper opinion, speculation, lack of personal knowledge.
Overruled. If you can tell from that citation, you can answer the question.
There's no information on any passengers in the citation.
Okay. I want to ask you specifically, so on here, it doesn't say whether he's alone with one other person or with two other people.
No, I don't see any of that in there.
Okay. I want to ask you about the specific box here, because I know it's very small print. You had an opportunity to look at it today, though, right? And you said that this box has 16 passengers and it's checked to go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there such thing as like a 16 passenger van?
Yeah, there's a 15 passenger van.
Oh, hold on one second. What's your objection?
Your Honor, I'm going to object the lack of personal knowledge and speculation as to why one officer checked off a box on a ticket.
He's not speculating on that. He's explaining what this citation is. He's works for Florida Highway Patrol. He can testify to that. You can proceed.
Okay, can you repeat your question again?
You have to have, what would that indicate here on the traffic citation, that this is checked no for a box that says 16 passengers?
So, as far as I can tell, those boxes are endorsements that you have to have in your driver's license. If you see their CDL, hazardous material, and stuff like that. I believe those boxes are checked no, because either the vehicle he was driving was not a 16 passenger van, or there's not an endorsement in the driver's license.
Okay, so it's not a commercial vehicle, it's
Mhm.
not a hazardous materials vehicle, it's not a 16-passenger van, it's not a motorcycle.
Yes.
That's all, thank you.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sarah, you can use it. Good afternoon. Should I call you officer now?
No, no, no.
Oh, okay. Good
No.
afternoon, Mr. Nunes. How are you doing today?
Pretty good. You?
I'm doing well. How long have you lived in Miami?
Since 2013, March.
Okay. And have you lived there ever since 2013 until now? You
I
still live there?
don't live there now.
Okay. Where do you live?
I live in Melbourne now.
Okay. But in 2014, when you were working at the Comfort Rent-A-Car,
Yes.
you're very familiar with that area around the Comfort Rent-A-Car, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's the Comfort Rent-A-Car. That's one of the rental car places that's right by the Miami International Airport. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you even estimate or guess how many different businesses are in a 1 mile radius from your Comfort Rent-A-Car in all directions?
No.
Over thousands?
Yes.
Okay, that includes homes
Yes.
on the outskirts of Miami International Airport?
Yes.
And we can't even begin to count how many people drive through the airport on a daily basis, right?
Not even close. No.
Not even close. So when you worked, and Comfort Rent-A-Car back in 2014 was pretty busy, right?
Yes.
Because it's one of the rent-a-cars that services the airport, right?
What was that?
It's one of the one of the rent-a-cars that's close to the airport.
Yes.
Okay, you guys get business for tourists that are coming into that international airport.
Yes.
All right. And how many customers do you think you dealt with in the month of June?
I don't know.
Hundreds?
Probably.
Probably. Okay. You don't have an independent recollection and you can't picture who it is that walked in. You couldn't tell me what he was wearing, anything like that when that car was rented.
No.
Okay. And what you use in order to help you remember things are those documents, right?
Yes.
That's why those documents are so important, because you use them to keep records of everything that's happening in the business.
Yes.
Just in case someone comes to you 2 years later and tries to ask you something, you look at those documents in order to determine, some facts.
Yes.
So you wouldn't be able to tell this jury what Sigfredo Garcia was wearing when he came and rented that vehicle.
No.
Okay? You wouldn't be able to tell me who came or how he even got to Comfort Rent-A-Car, right?
No.
Did you guys have cameras inside your business?
I don't remember if when we started we had cameras, and I don't remember if they have any records of cameras in the business.
Okay. Do you know if there are any cameras outside the business?
I believe so.
Okay. And there's also possible cameras that are on the businesses that are surrounding
Yes.
Comfort Rent-A-Car, right?
Yes.
And I want to go back and address. Okay. So I am going to show you what has been marked as State Exhibit Composite, I think, 71. Okay. And you filled this out, correct?
Yes.
Now, what does that say?
That on top?
Right there, yeah.
Daytime in.
Okay, so there's a slot there for you to record the time that the person came in there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And even though you're looking down here, you're saying that this was your regular course for just 24 hours,
Yes.
but you can't say with 100% certainty that that's the time that he came in there.
Not 100%.
Okay. And then so the next day, if we're going by what you're saying on the other rental car, is your testimony that he came in at the exact same time the very next day to change up car?
I can say he came in at the same exact time. The time that you see there is the time that the vehicle is due in. So I go by the first contract.
Okay, but it's not a situation where everybody has the same due date at the end of the day.
I don't understand the question you're asking.
Because what I'm asking here is you're testifying to the jury that you put this within 24 hours of when you believe the person came in.
Yes, the first time.
Okay,
Yes.
so you can't say what time he came in on this day?
I can say by looking at that, I just put there the time that the vehicle is due back, so
So you won't be able to tell what time he came in on this day?
on the second time that he got the second vehicle, no.
Now, you said that you are a Florida Highway Patrol officer now, right?
Yes.
How long have you been doing that?
It's about a year and a half now.
Okay, what county do you work for?
Brevard County?
You ever work for Alachua County before?
No.
Do you know this officer?
No.
Okay, have you ever spoken to this officer?
No.
Were you an officer in 2014 when this ticket was written?
No.
Do you have any idea why Officer Downing checked off or put in anything?
No, that would be up to
That's
him.
him, right?
Yes.
And we need to ask him.
Yes.
So if he said that, oh, I checked this box because there were no passengers in the vehicle, the best person to ask would be him, right?
Yes.
Do you know that if he's a listed witness in this case?
Not that I know of.
When was it that you were ever approached about giving information concerning the documents that you filled out?
What, the contract?
On the contract, yeah. How many months, years after were you approached?
So I rented a car in 2014 and I came to the first trial, so I don't know.
But I'm talking about when the detectives first approached you and first just came to ask you questions.
Can I refer to my notes? Because I have when they came to see me
Yeah, and just
at the rent-a-car, that's the day.
correct. And that's the first time you ever knew about this case is when some
Yes,
detectives,
yes.
and they
I
identified.
don't know the day of the top of my head, but I have it.
I mean, I have no objection, Judge, if he looks, I don't know what he's looking at, but if the state has no objection.
There's just your own personal notes?
No, this was the notes that I got from the case.
Okay, well, Judge, I'll strike that question, I'll rephrase it,
All right.
okay? Because I don't want you
It
substituting
wasn't the
anything.
same year, if that's what you're asking.
That's perfect. It wasn't
Yeah.
the same year.
No.
So is it fair to say it was more than 12 months?
Yes.
Okay, and when these officers came to you, right, could you readily tell that they were police officers?
I don't recall that.
Did they identify themselves as
They
police officers?
did identify, yes.
Okay, were they nice to you?
Yes.
They spoke to you and gave you an opportunity to explain what you knew about this case?
What I knew about the rental, not the case. I don't know.
Oh, no,
anything
just the
about
rental,
case.
the things
Yes.
that you have knowledge of about this case, because your knowledge is only limited to those rent-a-car
Yes.
agreements. Okay. Your Honor, may I have one moment, please?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Nunes.
Right. Redirect.
Yes, sir. So I just want to be clear, you're saying that when Secretary Garcia came in to exchange the car for the second contract, you don't know what time he came in to exchange that car because it's due back at the same time and the same date as this first contract.
Yes.
You don't know what time he came in and did the exchange.
No.
Y'all just said, hey, do it at the same time as the first contract.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
First contract though, you said you do know what time that you rented this car on June 2nd because it's due exactly 3 days from the time that he rented it.
Yes.
And you said that you put the time at the same time that he comes in, says, I want a car, and you'll fill out the contract.
Yes. At the time I started writing the contract.
The time you started writing the contract.
Yes.
That's when you put 8:50 p.m.
Yes.
You were asked, just a moment. The defense asked you, well, you don't know how he got there that day. I mean, in your experience watching customers come and go through your 3 years there, would people often get dropped off at the rental car place before they rented a car?
They could.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Can we release the witness?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Have a good day. You can just set it right there. That'll be fine. All right, we're going to take our break now, about 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. We'll start back up at 5 to 11. Again, no discussions amongst yourselves about any of the testimony that's been presented to you, and we'll see you back in about 10 to 15 minutes to start back with the testimony. Okay, all right, okay. All right, the deputy will take you back. We're still in session, so please remain quiet in the courtroom. Right, jury's out of the courtroom, the door is closed. Ms. Kappelman, security just wanted to check and make sure that you're not going to need Rivera again today.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, so he can be taken back today. All right, thank you. Also, if the state could provide the court with a copy of whatever that discovery was by this afternoon so that I have it to review over the weekend and I'm familiar with it when we address it next week, okay? All right, we'll be in recess till about 5 to 11, and we'll be back to continue testimony at that time. All right, Ms. Dugan, did Ms. Kappelman step outside?
She did, but we can continue without her. This is my witness next.
Okay. All right, anything before we bring the jury in, Ms. Dugan?
Well, this is Sergeant Corbett. He has a summary to show the jury. Part of his summary, or one part of it, is a traffic citation that we have is a certified business record. I believe the defense has no objection, but I asked to move it in at this time. This is state 85, and then we would be publishing it and showing it to the jury through his presentation.
All right, and so that's been stipulated to?
It's a certified business record.
Okay, all right. Any objection?
No objection, not stipulated to, but not here.
Okay, all right. So states 85, it's admitted into evidence. And then you're using a demonstrative with this witness?
We have a summary, Judge, that I'll be moving into evidence with this witness.
Okay.
There is a PDF copy in a notebook that will be in evidence, and then he's going to be presenting it via PowerPoint presentation to the jury.
All right.
Your Honor, my only hope, and I don't know if this will be an issue, but there's certain things that are contained within the slideshow that may or may not be in evidence here.
I'm not aware of what.
Okay, just want to make, there's a lot of stuff in there, there's just hundreds of pages. I just want to make sure that if something is in the demonstrative, that it's actually in evidence and we lodge in the objection before it's shown to the jury.
All right.
Well, I've given them a copy a long time ago. There's a copy here. If there's anything specifically they can find, I don't know of anything, but.
All right. Well, it's the notebook that you put into evidence.
I haven't entered it yet, Judge. It's
Okay,
gonna
and
be
what
state
number
70
is that?
State 73.
Okay, so is that what the substance of the demonstrative is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, so as long as that's matching up, then we shouldn't have any problems.
Just so I'm understanding this correctly, the demonstrative, we object to that going back to the jury, the slideshow.
The demonstratives do not go back to the jury.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I understood what
Right.
was happening correctly.
The 73 is going to be exhibit, that's going to be offered for admission into evidence, subjected to being admitted. The demonstrative portrays what is in that document, but only the document goes back to the jury. It's just a demonstrative.
Understood, thank you.
All right, okay. All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Yeah. I don't mind at all. Whatever's best for you. Okay. All right. And Ms. Dugan, I know that this witness is going to continue past our lunch hour, so let's just keep an eye on a good breaking time for that. So close to noon as possible.
All right, jury entering the courtroom.
All right, please be seated. Statement, call this next witness.
They call Sergeant Chris Corbett.
Sergeant Chris Corbett, please. Good morning. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand, respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Please have a seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Certainly. My name is Christopher Corbett. That's Corbitt, and I am a sergeant with the City of Tallahassee Police Department.
Are you a sworn law enforcement officer, Sergeant Corbett?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been with Tallahassee Police Department?
I have been with the Tallahassee Police Department for coming up on 27 years, and I have been a sworn law enforcement officer for almost 30.
And what's your assignment there at TPD?
I currently supervise the Technical Operations Unit, and that is a unit within the agency that is responsible for sort of all the high-tech or ways we use technology to assist in criminal investigations.
And how long have you been the sergeant? I'm sorry, please go, please finish.
So the technical unit technical operations unit is responsible for things such as computer and mobile device forensics, could be audio video monitoring or audio video retrieval, CCTV retrieval, and then communication record analysis, which is what I spend most of my time doing.
And how long have you been sergeant with that unit?
I believe I was promoted in 2012 for that unit.
Can you tell us a little bit about your background and training in the areas of cell phone analysis?
Yes, I have over 1,480 some hours of general technical knowledge and training. I have almost 780 hours of technical training specific to cell phones or cell phone analysis. And that includes things such as analysis of the records, mapping records, how the cell phones themselves operate, how the network operates, radio frequency propagation, or how radio waves move around. In addition to that training, I also provide instruction to law enforcement officers around the country. I provide instruction on communication and other digital evidence to analysts and prosecutors throughout the state, and have been doing it for a significant amount of time.
Have you ever testified as an expert in the field of historical communication record analysis?
Yes, I have.
And about how many times?
80.
Those are all my questions as to his qualification, Judge.
Would you like to voir dire?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
All right, so at some point, did you become involved in the investigation of the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, I did.
All right, how did you become involved?
I don't remember the specifics, but at some point we were contacted by the investigators and asked to provide a variety of assistance in analyzing communication records, both for the victim and, as the case evolved, for other persons that were involved in the investigation.
Okay. And some of these people that may have been involved in this investigation, possible suspects, did that include the Adelson family, Sigfredo Garcia, Katherine Magbanua, and Luis Rivera?
Yes, it did.
You mentioned earlier that a lot of what you do is analyzing cell phone records. Were cell phone records requested in this case?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And I believe those have already been moved into evidence, a number of call detail records. We have the call detail records for Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia, Wendy Adelson, Donna Adelson, Charlie Adelson, Harvey Adelson, Katherine Magbanua, and also the victim, Dan Markel, in this case, right?
Yes.
Now, do each one of those call detail records, they contain a certification from the phone company that they are the originating records from that phone carrier, right?
Yes.
And do each of those call detail records contain a voluminous amount of data?
They do. The records that we get from the carriers do contain a significant amount of information, and they're either provided in a spreadsheet or maybe a PDF document or text document. To print those out would be tens of thousands of pages. Some of the records we requested covered a significant date range. So yes, they are voluminous to say the least.
Okay. And in your testimony today, will you be relying on a summary of all of those records to assist the jury in understanding those records and how they relate to other evidence in this case?
Yes, a summary, and that summary does contain some of the actual raw records, and some of the summaries are created from those records.
Okay. I've left in front of you State's Exhibit 73. It's in the notebook. Can you take a look at that? Now, this notebook, is that a PDF copy of the summary that you created for this case?
It is a printout of the PDF copy, yes.
Okay. At this time, I would move State 73 into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
If I could see it as well, too.
You want to- okay.
Your Honor, we can go sidewalk, please.
So, State's Exhibit 73, this notebook. This is a PDF version of your summary that you're going to be showing us today via PowerPoint here in the courtroom.
Well, a PDF is an electronic format. So the original presentation was done as a PowerPoint. It does have some animations or things that move. So to capture that, it was downloaded as a PDF, and then that PDF was printed out. And so that printout that you have represents the original PowerPoint that the presentation was done.
Okay. And this summary, you are relying on to show us the locations, call patterns, who's calling each other, where everybody is throughout this case on the dates that are important for this investigation.
That's correct.
All right. At this point, Judge, I'd like to move State 73 into evidence.
All right, Exhibit 73 is going to be admitted into evidence subject to the defense's objections made at sidebar.
Okay. Permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, so first I want to talk a little bit about a witness that we heard from yesterday. Are you familiar with the evidence of Wendy Adelson's activities the day of Dan Markel's murder, July 18th, 2014?
Yes, I am.
Okay, are you familiar with the route that she took on July 18th from her house to run errands that morning after her TV repair appointment at her home?
I am familiar with her testimony and other evidence as far as the route that was taken that morning, yes.
Okay, and did you create a map based on that evidence?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you show us?
Can.
What do we see here?
So this is obviously just primarily a map of the city of Tallahassee. The icon, the flag, and the address in the upper right is or was Miss Adelson's residence at the time of this incident. So it is the starting point of her travels that day.
Okay, so 3303 Aqua Ridgeway, that's where she lived on July 18th of 2014?
That's correct.
All right, so where did she go after she left her home that day?
She was traveling to purchase alcohol, and her travels took her down to Thomasville Road in the area of Benton Road. Coming down Centerville Road, Benton is a cut through from Centerville over to the Thomasville Road area. And so we see that she would have traveled here and then encountered where the crime scene was blocked off.
Okay, so the 2116 Trescott Drive address, that was the address of the crime scene the day of the murder?
That's correct.
Okay, and what do we see is the little yellow diamond with the exclamation point?
The Tallahassee Police Department had, again, the roadway blocked to prevent interference with the crime scene, and that is the approximate location of where the roadway was blocked and traffic could not go past.
Where did she go after she encountered that roadblock?
She would have traveled back out to Thomasville Road, to Centerville, back down to Benton, and across to Thomasville.
Where did she go once she reached Thomasville Road?
She went to the ABC Fine Wine and Spirits there, again, just south of Benton on Thomasville Road, and we see that a receipt for a purchase.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
You can answer.
I believe I did, but she went to the ABC Liquors as we have a receipt for that purchase.
Okay, and the time on that receipt, it looks like you've highlighted as 12:49 p.m.
That's correct.
What was that looks like it was Bullet Rye Bourbon purchased at ABC?
It was, yes.
All right, so after she left ABC, where did she go next?
She was having lunch with friends at a restaurant, Mosaic. So she would have traveled north on Thomasville Road to the area of I-10 where Mosaic restaurant was.
Okay, Mosaic no longer around. Used to be in Market Square area though?
That's correct.
All right, so based on the location information from her calls and text messages that you were able to look at in her call detail records, were you able to determine like an approximate time that she encountered that roadblock?
Yes. So again, in the call detail records, we have a lot of different information. Call detail records is a generic term for a number of different records we're able to get from a carrier. But primarily, call detail records are a set of records that contain the dates and times of communication events. And those can be text messages or voice calls and sometimes data sessions. But with those events in that record, we again see a date and a time. If it were a voice call, we may get the duration or how long that phone call was. We see the phone numbers, who's calling who, the direction, whether it's incoming or outgoing. And then we also generally have some location information in the form of a cell site. And that will be the cell site that the handset was communicating with for that particular event. So by looking into Ms. Adelson's records, we see that we do have events with cell site locations around this time. So we have a fairly lengthy phone call that begins on a cell site, as we can see in the upper right, 12:31 p.m. And the blue dot just represents the location of the cell site. We'll talk more about cell sites and how they are broken down, but that dot just represents the location of where that cell site is. So that phone call began on a cell site that was near her home. And we can see there was, I believe, a text message that came in around 12:35 p.m. and that communicated with a cell site closer to Capitol Circle. And then we see that that call ends on a cell site that's very close to the ABC Liquors. So by knowing those times, the 12:31 that the call began, the 12:47 where the call ended, and also the receipt time of 12:49 p.m., then we have an approximate time that she would have passed by the crime scene.
And what time was that?
That would have been around 12:40 to possibly 12:45.
Okay. Now, according to Wendy Adelson's phone records, did she and Dan Markel communicate by phone on July 18th, 2014?
They did, and this is a representation of the actual call detail records. So then again, this is the kind of information that we get, the date and time of events and the locations and the who. And we can take that information and produce it into a summary. We can take our analytical software, put that in, and that allows us to assign names to phone numbers, which make it a little easier for the investigators to use. You don't have to memorize a bunch of phone numbers. We can assign names to those numbers, and it makes it a little easier for us to look at. So we're able to see who she was in contact with that morning.
Did she miss any calls from Dan Markel that morning?
There was an early morning call that I believe was missed. There was a return call later on, but there was some attempted contact with Mr. Markel.
Okay. And Dan Markel was shot by 11 a.m., right?
I believe so, yes.
What time did she call Dan Markel back?
Well, we can see at the very top, there was an incoming call from Mr. Markel.
And I think we have a pointer up there, a laser pointer for you. Thank you.
Make that work. Yeah, so that would have been at 9:02 a.m. And then we see that Mr. Markel, there was an outgoing call at 11:42. So again, being that these are her records, outgoing would be Miss Adelson trying to reach Mr. Markel.
Okay. She have a bit of communication with her brother, Charlie Adelson, that morning?
Yes.
Can you show us that?
That would be these calls again where Mr. Adelson's name is listed. We can see that those are both incoming and outgoing voice calls. We see that one has a duration of a little over 18 minutes. So there was some communication between them.
Okay. And just so to talk about the difference between the slide we saw before and this slide, on the slide we saw before, when you first get the call detail records in there in that raw format, do you have to do conversions with the times?
There are a number of things that we need to do with the actual call detail records to make them more usable for us. Yes, time conversion is one. At this particular time, AT&T was still providing records in local time, but a lot of the records that we get would be in either GMT or UTC, Coordinated Universal Time. So we'll make an adjustment to our local time zone. Sometimes within the records, events are provided in different time zones. Sprint in particular will provide text messages in Central Time. So we go into that report and adjust the text messages to our local time zone. In addition, in the raw records, we may often see multiple events for one phone call. So an incoming phone call may get routed through the carrier network, may get routed to voicemail, and that may produce multiple lines of records, even though it's actually only one call. And we don't want to look at that as 3 or 4 calls because it is actually just one. So those are just a few of the kind of changes that we need to make with the raw records to make them more usable for the investigators.
Okay. All right. Now, looking at the next slide, we see these calls. Are we able to go back in time and listen to these calls?
No.
Why not?
Well, unless someone were recording their own phone calls, there's no way for us as law enforcement to go back and get those recordings. The phone carriers do not record them. They're not automatically saved somewhere. So we don't have any resources to be able to go back and obtain the actual audio or what was spoken during those phone calls.
Okay. So that's, unless someone is recording it, as far as law enforcement be able to listen in on a phone call, that's something only that law enforcement can do in a certain situation, like after a crime is committed, they know who the suspects are and they go get a court order to be able to listen in on conversations.
That's correct.
Okay. So if I left here today, I called you, no one can listen in on that call unless they've already suspected us of doing a crime in the past. They're up on our phones and listening in.
Projection, speculation.
Overruled.
So let me say, the only way to lawfully listen to our phone call would be if law enforcement was given the authority from a court to be able to intercept that phone call and listen.
Okay.
There may be other nefarious ways that someone could overhear or intercept our communication, but as far as law enforcement, a lawful court order would be the only way that we could do that.
Right. And if there wasn't a court order in place in the summer of 2014, we can't go back retroactively and listen to these calls.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So now, did Dan Markel have Wendy Adelson and his children the morning of July 18th?
I'm sorry?
Did Dan Markel have he and Wendy Adelson's children the morning of July 18th?
Yes, he did.
All right. And where did he take them that morning?
They would have been taken to their school, Creative Preschool on West Tharp Street.
Okay. Now, when she drove by Trescott Drive, she encountered the roadblock around, you said, 12:40. Did she attempt to call Dan Markel or her children?
She did not.
Okay. And you're looking at this call detail summary to be able to see that?
Yes. So these would be all of the phone calls in the afternoon or from the time period that she would have passed, a little before that, past the crime scene through that afternoon. And there were no other calls to Mr. Markel.
Okay. Did she call her children's daycare, Creative Preschool, to see if they had made it to school?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call 911 looking at her call detail records?
From the call detail records, no.
Law enforcement of any kind?
No.
Okay. Now, in the couple of hours after she encountered that roadblock, I see here we've got from, up on the screen now, from 11:45 down to 3:17. Was she in contact with anyone in the Adelson family or anyone associated with this case during that time?
She was not, that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with the area of Thomasville Road and I-10 where Mosaic used to be?
I am, yes.
Were there any liquor stores in that area back in July of 2014?
There were, yes.
And what were those stores?
There was Market Square Liquors, Publix Liquors. There's an ABC a little further north on Thomasville Road as well.
Okay. And did you create a map based on those store locations and then, is that what you have next? Okay.
It is.
Can you show us that?
I can. So again, the starting point being Miss Adelson's residence, her ultimate destination being Mosaic, we can kind of look at maybe some alternate routes that she may have been able to take to get there. And certainly what appears to be a shorter route would be go, directly across to Mosaic. We did talk about the other liquor stores, Publix, Market Square, and ABC, which again, all appear to be closer to her destination than that ABC on Thomasville Road.
So the dotted line there represents a route that she could have taken to get to those liquor stores that were closer to Mosaic?
That's correct.
All right. And what route did she actually take to get to ABC and then Mosaic?
So again, this is the Centerville, Trescott, back to Centerville, Thomasville, and back north.
And the purple line there is based on the mapping from her call detail records?
The purple line is based on the information about her travels from her testimony and other evidence that tells us where she went. The timing came from the call detail records.
Okay. And how much longer is the route that she actually took, which took her by the Trescott Drive residence of Dan Markel, compared to the route she could have taken?
Well, timing, of course, depends on a lot of things, traffic and other, but in general, we can see that the shortest route is just over 3.5 miles. The longest route is just under 9.5. So it's obviously a longer trip.
All right. Now, switching gears here, can you walk us through where Dan Markel went the morning that he was murdered based on his call detail records?
Yes, again, we know that Mr. Markel was at his residence in the morning, that he did take the children to Creative Preschool, and then ultimately went to Premier Health and Fitness to work out prior to returning home.
Did TPD believe that whoever shot Dan Markel was at some of those same locations that morning, or at least one of the same locations?
We certainly believe that it was possible or likely that he was being surveilled or followed as he traveled around that morning. Yes.
Okay. And at this, y'all had seen the surveillance images of the Prius at Premier Gym?
That's correct.
Okay. How were y'all able to identify, or to try to identify, who was in that Prius using the cell phone records?
Well, one of the techniques that we have is what is commonly known as a tower dump. And what we're able to do when we have multiple locations like that, his home, the preschool, and Premier Health and Fitness, and we have approximate times. So we know about when he left home, we know about when he got to Creative, and we know about the time that he arrived and departed Premier Health and Fitness. So we're able to serve a legal demand to the carriers and ask for any events that were processed through the cell sites that would service those 3 locations, his home, the preschool, and the gym. And then what we're looking for there is assuming that they actually had events, made or received phone calls, text messages, or data sessions, then the only numbers that we would see that were common to those 3 different locations and those time frames would be handsets that were traveling with Mr. Markel. So that's what we attempted to do.
Okay. And what is a cell site?
A cell site is commonly known as a cell tower. You'll hear me say site because it's not always a tower, but it is antennas and infrastructure that allows a cell phone to wirelessly communicate with that cell site to complete your phone calls and your text messages. We have a number of cell sites around town. Each carrier has their own infrastructure or their own cell sites. And again, as I say site, may be mounted to the side of a building or a water tower or even in a ceiling inside of a building. But there are a number of locations that have the cellular infrastructure to allow us to complete phone calls.
Okay. So do we have any cell sites here on, what does your map show right now?
We do. This is just kind of an example of what we're looking at. With each location, we would look at a radius around that location and determine what cell sites might service that location. We see we have 2 cell sites here with T-Mobile that my belief would service the Premier Health and Fitness. So those are the cell sites that we ask the carrier to provide to us.
So you contacted all the phone companies who had cell sites in those locations where Dan Markel was, Trescott Drive, the preschool, the Premier Gym. You looked at all the records for all the numbers located in those cell sites in those time frames.
Yes.
Okay, meaning the time frames that he would have been there.
Yes.
All right. Which companies did you get records from?
We obtained records from AT&T, Verizon Wireless, Sprint, and T-Mobile.
I've left a couple of items of evidence in front of you. They've been labeled and shown to the defense as states 101, 102, 103, and 104. Do you recognize those items?
I do, yes.
Okay. And what are they?
These would be the actual tower dump records or the communication records obtained from each of those carriers for this investigation.
And I think you told us this before, but when you get these records, do they contain a certificate of authenticity from the carrier, letting you know that they are originating from that carrier, they're a business record from that company?
They do, yes.
Okay, and did all four carriers provide that in this case?
Yes, they do.
At this time, I'd move 101 through 104 into evidence as a business record.
Any objection?
No.
Be admitted as 101 through 104.
And just for the record, 101 is T-Mobile, 102 is AT&T, 103 is Verizon, and 104 is Sprint. So each of those CDs, they contain, kind of as you said before, hundreds of thousands of pages of data and information, right?
Yes, the tower returns are a much smaller time frame that we requested, so they don't have quite as much as the other call detail records, but there's still a significant amount of information there.
What did you do once you received the tower dump records from those phone companies?
As I mentioned, we do have analytical software that allows us to sort of process and analyze all of those call detail records to make them a little more useful for us. And one of the things that it does is looks for those common callers. So we can put these records in and ask it for any phone number that was consistent with all of those locations. And that's what we did in this case. Fortunately, we did not find a number that was in all of those locations.
Okay, so no number had been to Truscott Drive, Premier, the preschool, and going back to Truscott Drive after.
Correct, not in the time frame that we had asked.
Okay. Now, does that mean that the suspect's phone, whoever was in this Prius, that their phone was not at those four locations that morning?
It does not. As I mentioned, for those records to be created through that tower for us to get anything, then they have to be actually using that handset. Each carrier is able to give us slightly different information as far as the specificity or details. T-Mobile was one that can only give us locations for voice calls. So if they were not making or receiving an actual voice call at that time, then that tower we would not see any activity from that tower at that time.
And what if they weren't using their phones at all, let's say during those times?
Then again, we would get nothing at all.
So if you don't have an event, your phone's being actively used, then you can't map it.
That's correct. And in some cases, even if you're making events, they may not be events that the carrier captures through the tower. So we definitely need that activity for us to see those records.
Okay. Now, since we couldn't find a number with common events for all four of those locations, what did you do next?
Well, what we got back was, again, a list of all the phone numbers that had events or were present in those cell sites during those times. So in essence, that's just a list of unique phone numbers. In addition, we had a significant number of call detail records from all the subjects involved in the investigation. It could be the Adelsons, the victim, a number of people that we already had records for. So again, those are also a list of phone numbers calling one another. So we were actually compared all the numbers that were here in Tallahassee, that were near those towers around those times, to see if they had any connection to any of the other persons that we already had records for. Did anyone's phone number that was here have communication with someone that was involved in our investigation?
Okay. And the people we had the call details records for were the ones I went over before, all possible suspects, and then also Dan Markel, the victim?
That's correct.
Well, I guess at that point, it was just the Adelson family and Dan Markel, the victim.
Yes, and I don't remember exactly when this particular analysis was done or what all records we had at that time, but we only found one commonality.
Okay. So did anybody in Dan Markel's life have contact with any of the phone numbers from that tower dump?
We did find this 786 number that was present in the tower dump, was also present in Harvey Adelson's call detail records.
Okay. When was that event? Okay, so I'm sorry, go back. Who is this and what is that next to him?
So this is Harvey Adelson, and those are, again, an image of the actual call detail records that we obtained from AT&T.
So this is kind of like a picture of his call detail records.
It is, yes.
Now, when did that contact with the number that was in the tower dump have contact with Harvey Adelson's cell phone?
So that was on July 1st of 2014. We can see that that was at 5:20 p.m. This is another situation I mentioned earlier where it appears that we have three different events here, but it is just one. It's one incoming phone call that was routed to voicemail.
Okay. So about, I guess, 17 days before the murder, a Miami number that was communicating with a cell site here in Tallahassee on the day of the murder that Dan Markel was at. And which cell site was it?
That was the cell site around Premier Health and Fitness.
Okay. About 17 days before that, that number had a contact in the call detail records with Harvey Adelson's cell phone.
That's correct.
Were you able to identify who, well, let me ask you first, what are you able to tell about this contact between the Miami number and Harvey Adelson's cell phone?
Again, with AT&T, some of the things that we see is both a seizure time and a duration. So how long did the phone ring? And then how long was the phone actually connected? Did the call connect? And then we may see an indication of routing or where that phone call was sent. So in these records, what we see is that the phone did ring for several seconds and was then routed to voicemail. It indicates that the phone was actually connected for 37 seconds once that ringing stopped. So that's the potential for a 37-second voicemail.
Okay, so you can tell from the records that this call, it was routed to voicemail.
That's correct.
And then there is a several second duration after it reaches voicemail where either someone could have been breathing on the voicemail or leaving a message.
Again, I have no idea what was said or not said or left or not left, but there was a 37-second duration that this was connected to voicemail.
Okay. And were you able to identify who that 786 number that left a voicemail to Harvey Adelson on July 1st, who that number belonged to?
Yes, that number was associated with Mr. Garcia.
Now, did a witness in this case explain why Garcia left a voicemail on Harvey Adelson's cell phone? And
what another witness said.
If we can approach, he's trying to explain another reason why he knew this as a voicemail and he's an expert.
That's hearsay. You can't, commenting on another witness's testimony is going to be hearsay. So that's sustained.
Yes, sir. Can you tell me what the person's name was that provided an explanation for that voicemail?
That was Miss Yendra Mascara.
Yendra Mascara?
I believe, yes.
Okay. Now, were you able to obtain, and now that voicemail was the only contact that you were able to find in any of these records from that number, Sigfredo Garcia, to anyone in the Adelson family, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you able to obtain historical call detail records for Sigfredo Garcia's phone?
Some, yes.
Okay, can you tell me about that?
Certainly. So this account or this phone number was being serviced by Metro PCS, which at the time was being taken over by T-Mobile or purchased by T-Mobile. We did send a number of legal demands and we were able to get basically two sets of records, one primarily from each carrier that provided us some call detail records and locations and those kind of things for periods around the homicide.
Okay, and did you compare that location information to Dan Markel's locations the morning of July 18th?
We did. Just because the handset was in that cell site, we did want to make sure that it was actually consistent with the Premier Health and Fitness. So we did obtain those records, and we looked at the location information that was contained within. And what we see here is, again, this is just an excerpt from the records, but we're giving a latitude and longitude for the cell site. We're also given some unique numbers for it, but primarily we can use the latitude and longitude to plot where that cell site is. So again, we can see that these two events, 9:36 and 9:58 a.m., that handset is communicating with a cell site there at I-10 and Thomasville Road that is obviously close to the Premier Health and Fitness Center.
And so the 9:36 and 9:58 a.m. that we see plotted on the map there, down at the bottom, where we see Garcia's cell site locations, is that showing that that yellow dot shows the time that he is communicating with that cell site?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you explain to us, how the information in the records, though, leads you to be able to make a determination that that's where he was at that time?
Well, again, the call detail records contain location information for us, and that is either a unique numerical identifier for a cell site that we can go to another spreadsheet or a key and figure out exactly where that cell site is located. And in addition to knowing where the cell site is located, it also tells us which side or sector of the cell site the handset may be communicating with. To this point, we talked about cell sites just as a singular location, but in fact, most of our cell sites are broken down into sectors or sides, and that means they have antennas that are facing different directions. And so the carrier gives us the side of the antenna that that handset was communicating with. So we can kind of take that general area around the cell site and narrow it down to something more when we look at the actual sector or side the handset was communicating with. And then it's a matter of including or excluding locations. Historical cell site analysis that I do includes being given an address, in this case, the Premier Health and Fitness, and asked if that location is consistent with being serviced by that particular cell site and sector. Meaning if I were standing in the parking lot, could my phone use that particular cell site and that particular sector?
And did you have some sectors here?
We did, yes. So most of our cell sites are divided into 3 sectors. They're not always oriented north, southeast, southwest. We do get the orientation from the carrier, so we know which way they're turned. But in this case, the cell site that we're speaking about did have 3 sides. And as we go back to the records, it tells us the azimuth, or again, the direction in degrees. So if we think about 360 degrees or a clock, 40 degrees is the particular side of this cell site the handset was using. And we can see that that particular sector is oriented towards the Premier Health and Fitness. So I would say yes, a handset in the parking lot of Premier Health and Fitness could utilize this cell site and this sector.
Did Sigfredo Garcia have any events around the actual time of the murder?
He did not.
What about earlier that morning?
There were some other events. I believe that these 2 are certainly the closest that we have to the actual incident.
Okay. These ones at 9:36 and 9:58 a.m. where he's consistent with being at Premier?
That's correct.
Okay. And when I say consistent with being at the Premier, that's kind of his location here at that time. That's the language that you use to show that his location is consistent with him being at Premier and using that cell tower that services that location.
That's correct. I cannot say exactly where a handset is. With the records that we have and that information, there is no way for me to say with certainty that that handset was in the parking lot of Premier Health and Fitness. The coverage area of the cell site can be relatively large. It's largely dependent upon neighboring cell sites and the distance to those other cell sites. So everything that I talk about is inclusion and exclusion. Yes, Premier Health and Fitness is included in the coverage area of this cell site, and it would be consistent with his handset being there.
Okay. Does that mean that Garcia's handset wasn't other places in Tallahassee that morning?
It does not mean that. Again, we only have, or we can only make an estimation of location when we have an event that has cell site information. So if there's no events, no locations, handset could be anywhere.
Why might a phone not have an event?
Number of reasons. Just not using it, powered off, battery went dead, left it at home, whatever it may be, but there are a number of reasons that a handset may not have any events.
From Sigfredo Garcia's records, can you tell why he did not have an event after leaving the area of Premier Gym that morning?
I cannot say. Later in the records, we will see an indication of some voicemail notifications. And later in the records, we will see that there are attempted calls that do not reach the handset. And that is an indication to me that at some point, the handset maybe was turned off, battery went dead, left the network, but for whatever reason, these attempted phone calls did not reach the handset. And then there are some notifications that come in from the carrier, I believe, when the handset is reconnected to the network.
What's a frequency report?
A frequency report is one analytical report that we can do with the records. We do them quite frequently, and as an investigative aid. If we're trying to identify who is important to someone, who they communicate with most frequently, who they may hang out with, where they may be, then we take all of those phone records that we have, again, in our analytical software, and we ask it to tally up the most frequently contacted numbers. And again, that helps us identify some importance to other persons or other phone numbers, maybe co-conspirators, friends, neighbors, family, whatever it may be. Those frequency reports help us out.
And did you run a frequency report on Sigfredo Garcia's 786 phone records?
We did, yes.
Okay, and what did you see?
Again, a series of numbers and the number of times that phone number is in their records. And what we saw that the top number was this 786-564-1312.
And who did that number belong to?
That number was associated with Miss Katherine Magbanua.
Okay. And was Katherine Magbanua's phone number found in any other records that you had as part of this case?
Again, as I mentioned, a frequency report is a common thing for us to do with all records. We did have a frequency report for Mr. Adelson, Mr. Charlie Adelson's records, and what we saw was that her number appeared in his records as well. And for the period of these particular records, it was the second most frequently contacted number.
So you find Garcia's records in this tower dump communicating near Premier Gym. You compare his number against all the Adelsons and find only one contact ever from him to Harvey Adelson, and it was just a voicemail. So then you look at Garcia's frequency report to see if any of his top contacts have any contact with any Adelson, if there's any link to him and the Adelsons. And this is what you found?
That's correct.
Did you look at anything else in Garcia's frequency report?
Again, knowing the frequency reports may help us identify people that are important to any particular person. Knowing that we had two persons who had came to Tallahassee, we did actually compare the numbers in his frequency report back to that tower dump data that we got. And what we found is that there was an AT&T phone number that was in a cell site here in Tallahassee that was also in his frequency report.
And who did that number belong to?
That number belonged to Luis Rivera.
And so Luis Rivera, also one of Garcia's frequent contacts, and you look in the tower dump, and he's also in the tower dump at Premier Gym at that time.
His phone number is in the tower dump records, yes.
Okay. But the reason you hadn't noticed it before is that there was never a contact with anyone in the Adelson family or anyone that you could find connected to the Adelsons with him.
But that's correct.
Okay. And when Luis Rivera was interviewed by law enforcement, he admitted that he and Garcia were in fact in that Prius at Premier Gym that day following Dan Markel.
That's my understanding, yes.
And where are Garcia and Rivera both from?
Miami.
All right, we're at a good stopping point for the lunch break, Judge.
All right, we're right at noon, so we'll take an hour break, and we'll see everybody back at 1 o'clock. I will tell you that we're going to break early today so that you all can take care of whatever affairs that you need to before the weekend. You've been extremely attentive, you've been punctual and timely, and I appreciate that. So we're just going to have one session this afternoon. So hopefully we'll be breaking around 3 or 3:30 so that you'll have some time during the week to take care of your affairs, okay? All right, so please remember, no discussions amongst yourselves or with anyone else, no searching on the internet or any news stories, and we'll see everybody back at 1 o'clock, okay? Thank you. All right, please be seated. Jury's out of the courtroom. The door is closed. So please keep in mind that I've informed them that we will have an early break. They have their lives, and I know that they seemed very appreciative of that. Looked like a number of them had some things that they need to get taken care of during the work week, and so we need to be cognizant of that, okay? We'll break now for an hour, and we'll see everybody back in the courtroom at 1 o'clock. We'll be in recess. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. How am I doing? Oh, thank goodness.
So, good.
It's the only thing I'm worried about.
When you said those numbers, you were saying so small, I was smiling. I was like, oh, I know.
I didn't really listen to the first time. Was my microphone on?
Like you face, when you're explaining to them, you turn your face and you speak to them, so the microphone is, yeah, I think, oh, it's on the opposite side. See? See? That's why you remain.
All right, we're back on the record. We have all jurors present and accounted for. And anything from counsel before we bring the jury back in? Ms. Dugan, from the defense?
There you are.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's bring the jurors in, please.
All rise, jury entering the courtroom.
Please be seated. We're ready to continue with the testimony, and Ms. Dugan, you may proceed.
All right, so Sergeant Corbett, before the break, we learned how the tower dump led to Sigfredo Garcia, which led to Katherine Magbanua and Luis Rivera. Once Luis Rivera was, after they found these folks, was Luis Rivera interviewed by law enforcement?
He was, yes.
Okay. Were y'all able to find some evidence that the two of them, Rivera and Garcia, took trips to Tallahassee in the summer of 2014?
We did, yes.
Okay. And there was the July trip when Dan Markel was murdered. When was the other trip? What month was it in?
The other trip was in June.
Did you look back in the call detail records and see evidence there that Rivera traveled from Miami in June of 2014 to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so and the June trip and the July trip, when you looked at Rivera's records, were those his only trips to Tallahassee?
They were the only times that handset was in Tallahassee for the records that we have.
Okay, and that was Luis Rivera we're talking about.
That's correct.
All right, so I want to go in chronological order then. Do the June trip first, then the July trip, which was the trip that where the murder of Dan Markel took place. So looking at the June trip, how did Garcia and Rivera get to Tallahassee on that trip?
It was with a rental vehicle.
Okay, and did law enforcement recover the rental agreement from Comfort Rent-A-Car for June of 2014?
They did, yes.
Okay, and did you create a kind of like a summary of their trip to Tallahassee and with a copy of the rental agreement?
I did, yes.
Okay, can you show it to us?
I can. So this is the rental contract, and there are a few significant sections of it. One being the name in which the car was rented in, and the date that that occurred, the vehicle description, and the time that the vehicle was due back.
Okay, and this is the agreement that's already been entered into evidence as State 70, and this is the silver Nissan Altima, and it appears that it was rented on June 2nd of 2014.
That's correct.
Okay, and it was due back on June 5th at 8:50 p.m.
That's correct.
All right, does Luis Rivera's name appear anywhere on that comfort rental agreement?
It does not.
Is there any phone evidence or records that show how this rental car was picked up?
There is.
Okay, and what's that?
Well, we looked at where the Comfort Rent-A-Car was. It was located by the Miami airport. We looked at Ms. Magbanua's records for the time of the rental. The rental was due back at 8:50, indicates the vehicle was rented at 8:50 in the evening. So we looked at records.
Your Honor, move to strike personal knowledge as to what the rental contract means.
All right, that's overruled. He can interpret that based on his training and experience. You may go ahead.
So we looked at records for either Mr. Rivera or Ms. Magbanua at the time of that rental. And what we did see was that Ms. Magbanua's records had events and cell site usage that was consistent with traveling towards the area of Comfort Rent-A-Car on the evening of June 2nd.
Okay, looking at the map here, Magbanua cell site locations down on the bottom left corner, that's in red. And so do the red dots and times show her locations?
Yes, again, when we see the dot, that represents the location of the actual cell site. And when we're looking at the dots, we're not worried about the sectors. We're talking about such a large area and a large travel that we're not breaking it down to the sector level here. But we do have the dots where the cell sites are located, and we have the times that those cell sites were used by that handset.
Okay, so can you walk us through what we see? What time is she consistent with being at her residence?
Well, we see an event at 8:25 p.m., which would be communicating with a cell site consistent with the area of her residence. By 8:34, the handset's using a cell site that's more in between the two locations. And then by 8:53, the handset is using a cell site that is very close to the Comfort Rent-A-Car.
Okay, and so at 8:53, she's using the tower that services the Comfort rental car just 3 minutes after this car rental contract is being written for Sigfredo Garcia?
Objection, Your Honor, as the personal knowledge of when the contract was written, we've already heard from Mr. Nunez testify as to the approximation of that.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay, and what do you have next?
So then, again, in addition to just the cell site, we can look at the particular sector that is being utilized. And here we see the sector that's being utilized by her handset is the sector that will be consistent with servicing the Comfort Rent-A-Car.
Okay. Now, is Comfort rental car in, or let me ask you first, looking here, we see the cell site and its location from Comfort Rental, and we see the Miami airport. Are there other things in this area, in this neighborhood of Miami?
Lots of other things.
Yeah.
A number of businesses, a number of structures. It is adjacent to the Miami International Airport.
Okay. And looking at, is Comfort rental car near Katherine Magbanua's house where she lives? What's the distance there?
Near is relative. I don't believe that it is near. It is probably a 25-minute drive. We'll look at here in a second, but it is a significant distance from her residence.
Can you tell us what you found for that?
I can. We do see that after the 8:50 time frame that we have events at 9:17, 9:43, and 10:01, which would be consistent with travel back to her residence. And then if we look at a path of travel to get there, we can see that that is about a 10-mile, almost 11-mile trip and approximately 25 minutes of travel time.
Did you look at did you look at Katherine Magbanua's records to see who the defendant was talking to during that time as she drove out to the rental car company and back?
I did. Again, we're kind of looking at the period between 8:25 and maybe 10:01 for events that bracket this travel. 8:25 or thereafter, she would have left the house, would have been home by 10:01. We see again the events in her records for that time frame, and these are her communications.
Okay, as she was going from her home to Comfort rental car, who did she speak to during that time?
Well, there's one number identified as coming back to Geico Insurance, and then there are a number of numbers. We can see here, I'll highlight the 9772, 9868, and again the 9772 in that up to about that 8:50 time frame.
So I'm looking at the top on the way to the car rental, to Comfort Car Rental at 8:25. She has an 8-minute 47 outgoing phone call to Geico Insurance.
Hold on.
Objection, Your Honor. This witness not testifies with the handset is not with Ms. Magbanua.
Overruled. You can answer.
Yes, there is an outgoing 8-minute and 47-second call to Geico.
Okay. And Geico, they sell car insurance?
They do.
All right. After that 8-minute 47-second phone call, are there any events until an 8:49 text message?
No.
Okay. And then are there any events after that text message before the 8:53 phone call?
No.
Okay. So exactly at 8:50, we don't have an event exactly at that time.
That's correct.
But we do have an event at 8:53, and that's a voice call.
That is correct.
Okay. And were you able to see who she might have been talking to or who she was communicating with from the time she left Comfort Rental on the way back to her residence?
Well, we do see that there at 8:57, there is an incoming 1 minute and 49-second call from Charlie Adelson, some text messages, and then a 25-minute phone call that began at 9:17, again with Mr. Charlie Adelson.
So at 8:57, when she is consistent with using the cell tower that services Comfort Rental, she's speaking with Charlie Adelson?
There is an incoming call from Mr. Adelson's number, yes.
Okay. And when she's on her way back from Comfort Rental car to her residence, at that point, there's communication with Charlie Adelson during that route.
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm looking at the 9:17 call. That's a 25-minute call with Charlie Adelson from Comfort Rental all the way back to her residence?
That's correct.
We saw on the map before that she arrived back at her residence at 10:01 p.m. Who does she make an outgoing voice call to at that point?
Well, let me say, again, we can only make a determination about locations when we have an event. So we had an event at 10:01 that was consistent with her residence. So sometime at or prior to 10:01, she arrived back at the area around her apartment. I can't say that she got there exactly at 10:01, but at that 10:01 event is an outgoing voice call to Mr. Garcia.
Okay. And that's when she's back at her residence after from traveling over from the car rental area.
She's back to the area around her residence, yes.
Thank you. Obviously, the suspects in this case, some of them have close relationships. Katherine Magbanua was dating Charlie Adelson in July of 2014. So you would expect people in a dating relationship to have communication together, right?
I would, yes.
And if Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua share children together, we'd expect them to be talking too in the summer of 2014, right?
I would, yes.
You'd also expect Charlie Adelson to talk to his mom and his sister and his dad, his family members?
Yes, I would.
All right. When you're looking at these cell phone records, though, were you looking at these certain dates because they were found to be significant dates in the investigation as far as the day the car was rented, the day the murder occurred, the day money was exchanged, things of that nature?
Yes, we certainly did look at those dates and the communication around those dates.
Okay. And you're looking at that. When you're looking at that, you're looking at it to see if it gives you any insight as to who the parties were with that day, what they were doing, where they were going, that type of thing.
Correct.
Okay. Are there any calls or texts between Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia from the time her phone leaves her residence to the time that it's consistent with Comfort Rental Car, so from 8:25 to 8:53?
There are not.
Now, if two people are sitting next to each other and riding in a car together,
Continue with your question.
would you expect them to be calling or texting each other?
Okay, hold on. What's your objection? That's sustained.
Do you call or text people when you're sitting next to them?
Generally, I do not.
But at the same time, just because you're not talking on the phone or texting with someone, that doesn't mean you are together, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You could just not be with the person and also not be communicating with them.
That's correct.
Okay. But we have no communication here with Sigfredo Garcia as Katherine Magbanua's handset leaves her residence, travels to Comfort Rental Car to that cell site consistent with that. And then it's at the same time as that car is being rented from Comfort Rental that Sigfredo Garcia signed and was rented at 8:50 p.m. That's
Right.
what we have?
Yes.
Could that be consistent with her driving Garcia to Comfort Rental, him renting a car there and her driving back home?
It could be consistent with that, yes.
Can you go to your next map? Do you have another map of the? Oh yeah, can go back one more time, sorry. Thank you. All right, so we saw before the map of where Comfort Rental is located in Miami. And, it's next to an airport. There's lots of other businesses. There's a neighborhood. Obviously, she could be at another place very close by to Comfort that's also servicing that cell tower if we didn't have any other evidence.
She could be at another location, yes.
Okay. But do you, when you're looking at cell phone locations and trying to determine where they are, look at the cell phone communications, the tower that the phone is communicating with, and also any other evidence that you have to determine that location?
We do, yes.
Okay. And in this case, not only do we have her not communicating with Garcia on the way out there, but we have the rental agreement with him being in the same place in Miami at the same time, renting a car and her going back home.
We have the rental agreement with his signature, and we have her approximate cell site location together, yes.
Okay. Where was Rivera's handset during that time? Was he at the Comfort Rental car too?
So again, looking around the time of the rental contract, Mr. Rivera's handset has events that are communicating with cell sites more consistent with his residence, where he was staying at the time.
Okay, and his residence, is that a residence on 135th Street you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So is there any evidence that Rivera was involved in the rental of this Nissan from Comfort Rental car that day?
What I can say is that his handset has events that are not consistent with Comfort Rental car around the time of the rental.
Okay. All right. Do we have any other evidence that shows who rented the car on June 2nd besides the Comfort Rental agreement that we saw?
As far as who rented the vehicle, I believe the rental agreement is complete on that. There is a citation, which may help us understand who is operating the vehicle.
Okay. Can you show us that?
Sure.
And what do we see here?
Again, a Florida traffic criminal or traffic citation that was issued to Mr. Garcia. We see that the vehicle description and tag are the same as from the rental contract. And the date and time would be after the rental of the vehicle.
Okay, and he received that citation on 9:48 p.m. on June 2nd of 2014?
That's correct.
I guess that's about an hour after he rented this vehicle?
Correct.
All right, so after he got this traffic ticket, did he rent another car?
The vehicle, there was another rental contract obtained that does show the vehicle, or a different vehicle being rented, and that being a blue Hyundai Sonata. And that was on June 3rd.
Does Luis Rivera's name appear anywhere on that agreement?
It does not.
All right, what can you tell us about the travel of Luis Rivera's handset on June 4th of 2014?
Again, just looking at the cell sites that his handset is communicating with, we do see kind of chronologically the cell sites are being communicated with in the Miami area, and then across Interstate 75 or Alligator Alley, and continuing up Interstate 75 on the west coast of Florida, and then eventually to Tallahassee.
And about what time did they arrive in Tallahassee?
It was just after noon on the 4th.
Okay. Now, do we have any records, phone records for Sigfredo Garcia during that car rental on the June 2nd, or when he got the citation later, or exchanged the car, or on the drive up to Tallahassee?
We were not able to obtain any records with location in this time frame.
So in June of 2014 for Garcia?
That's correct.
Okay. Will we see some records for him next for the July trip?
We will, yes.
Okay. Was there any other evidence showing that Luis Rivera traveled towards Tallahassee from Miami on June 4th?
Objection, hearsay.
You're referring specifically to what?
To something that's already in evidence, the traffic
All right,
citation?
that's overruled. You can answer the question.
So yes, again, law enforcement was able to recover a traffic citation that was issued to Mr. Rivera, and the date and time of this would have been during the travel to Tallahassee.
Are you able to, oh, thank you. Okay, so that shows the type of car, who received the ticket, the date and time?
That is correct.
All right, so were you able to see on the map where this ticket was received?
Yes, having again the address or the general location of the citation and the time, then we can look at that, where that is located on Interstate 75. And then also through his call detail records, we're able to see if there are events around the time of the citation, and then look at the cell sites that handset is communicating with. And what we see is that the cell site usage of the handset is consistent with the time and the location of the traffic citation.
All right, moving forward to June 5th of 2014. Was Rivera's phone ever consistent with being near Dan Markel's Trescott Drive residence on that day?
Yes, we do see events not long after arrival or in the 12:33 to 3:25 time frame, where Mr. Rivera's handset is communicating with a cell site and a sector that will be consistent with the area of Mr. Markel's residence.
Is there any other evidence showing showing the location of that rental car near Markel's home?
Yes, the rental car was equipped with a GPS tracker or an asset recovery device in case someone forgets to return it. And we do have the location information from that vehicle. And what we see is there was a location at 3:17 p.m., which is within the time frame of Mr. Rivera's records in this area. And it shows that the rental vehicle is consistent with that same cell site and same general area of Mr. Markel's residence.
So during the same time period that Luis Rivera's phone is communicating with that cell site consistent with Dan Markel's house in Benton Hills, the rental car that Sigfredo Garcia rented, that GPS is pinging in that same location next to Benton Hills.
That's correct.
Okay. What park? Yeah, thank you. So what park is that the GPS showed that the rental car was at?
I believe that is Winthrop Park. It is there at, again, Benton and Thomasville area.
Okay. Are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he and Garcia spent time with a drug dealer here in Tallahassee?
I am, yes.
Objection, hearsay, move to strike.
Overruled. He's with law enforcement.
When reviewing Rivera's records, did you see a Tallahassee number that Rivera was communicating with while they were here in Tallahassee?
There was a local phone number that was communicated with by either Rivera or Garcia during one of the trips.
And was law enforcement able to track down the person that was using that phone number at that time?
They were, yes.
Okay. After this GPS ping of the rental car rented by Garcia, at the same time Rivera's phone puts him near Markel's house, where does Rivera's phone travel at that point?
From that time on, you can see our 3:25 time frame there in Tallahassee. The handset and the cell site usage will be consistent with returning to the Miami area.
And what time did Rivera appear to arrive back in Miami?
Would have been late night, after 11, close to midnight.
So that would be the night of June 5th moving into the early morning hours of June 6th?
That's correct.
Okay. And it looks like Rivera was pretty steadily on his phone throughout that trip back. Lots of events.
Yes. There were a number of events in the records for us to be able to plot as to exactly what those are. They're not represented here, but again, it could be a text message, a voice call. It could be incoming, it could be not answered, but it was something that created a location record for us.
Were there any records of communication between Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia during the June trip to Tallahassee?
There are, yes.
And if we don't have call detail records of Garcia during that time, right?
That's correct, we do not.
Okay. And how does that happen? Why don't we?
Again, going back to the merger between Metro and T-Mobile at that time, we worked extensively with both carriers and we were unable to find the records, whichever carrier maintained them at that switchover point. Neither was able to provide records with location information for that time frame.
Is that the first time that's ever happened to you, or are you sometimes not able to get records of suspects?
There are other reasons why we may not be able to get records. It may be too far in the past to be able to get them, or other reasons. But in this case, we were not able to get them.
Okay, so how are we able to see whether Garcia and Magbanua communicated during the June trip to Tallahassee?
Well, we do have Ms. Magbanua's records. So certainly if she is communicating or part of that communication, we would see that in her records, just like we would have seen it in his.
Okay, can we see the amount of communication between them during that trip? All right, so what do we see here?
This is, again, a summary of the call detail records where we've added the names, we've made sure that the times are correct. And so this shows from the time period that we saw Mr. Rivera's handset leaving Miami until it returns. These are the communications between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia.
Okay. Are these voice calls? Are they all text messages? What do we see?
It's a combination of both.
Okay, and a combination of incoming and outgoing as well?
That's correct.
Okay. Looks to be about 16 communications between them over the course of those 2 days.
Seems about right.
You're right. We talked about how we can't go back retroactively and listen to what's going on in these phone calls. Are we able to see the text messages?
In this situation, we are not. So the text messages here are from the Sprint historical call detail records. Those do not contain content. We cannot see what text message was sent or received. I'm not aware of any other location where that information may have been saved. If we had the handsets for the time and we were able to do a forensic extraction, you may be able to see them. They were backed up somewhere else or some other service, but to my knowledge, there's no recording or preservation of the actual text message content in this time frame.
Okay, so we can see that a voice call or a text occurred, but we don't know the content of it.
That's correct.
All right, were there any records of communication between Katherine Magbanua to any number associated to Luis Rivera on June 5th of 2014?
There was.
Okay, tell me about that.
So what we see is at 10:59.
Objection, Your Honor, motion to eliminate facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
Your Honor, we can come sidebar.
All right, just for instruction for the jury, at this point, the jury is to disregard any evidence or testimony that this number that is here in bold is Luis Rivera's number. They're to disregard that at this point. All right, thank you.
And let me ask you, Sergeant Corbett, would the contacts of Katherine Magbanua's phone be on the call detail records?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike the question.
She can ask that question.
I'm sorry.
You can go ahead.
The contacts from her iCloud would not be in her call detail records.
Okay, we would need the contact list for that.
So again, the records that come to us from the carrier are just phone numbers, no names attached. For us to know the contact or name that goes with a number, we could have a contact list from a handset. So again, if we had Ms. Magbanua's handset and we downloaded it forensically, she may have a contact list. If she had an iCloud account and that information was backed up to the iCloud account, then we may see contacts in that account. But we would need something other than the actual call detail records from the carrier to link a name to a number.
Okay. Now we heard that Luis Rivera phone records showed that he got back to Miami around midnight on June 5th, moving into June 6th. Now, where in Miami did the GPS show that the rental car rented by Sigfredo Garcia was on the morning of June 6th, 2014, after it arrived back in Miami?
So again, the GPS information provided from the rental vehicle showed it close to the area of Ms. Magbanua's residence.
And do you have constant GPS in this case, or just one GPS ping per every few hours?
In this case, it was just every so many hours. It would periodically provide a location update, but it was not continuous.
Okay. The rental car was supposed to be returned June 5th by 8:50 p.m., right?
I believe so, yes.
So by June 6th at 8:48 a.m., we're already well past that time?
Correct.
Okay. And Ms. Magbanua's residence is just across the street here from where that car is parked?
Yes, so her residence is this apartment building, and then the GPS location.
Okay. What can you tell us about the defendant, Katherine Magbanua's locations that afternoon of June 6th? after the car is in this location that morning?
Again, looking at the cell sites utilized by the handset, we do see that those cell sites would be consistent with travel back towards the area of Comfort Rent-A-Car.
Okay, so looking here at the map, she's consistent with her residence around 4:30, and by about 45 minutes later is communicating with the cell site near Comfort Rental Car again?
That's correct.
And can you go to the next slide? Do we have some exact times on that? Okay, thank you. So what does this show?
Again, just looking more specifically beyond just where the cell sites are located, but again, looking at which particular sector of the cell site the handset was using for events we have at 5:15 and 5:20. Again, we see that the handset is using the sector that would be consistent with servicing Comfort Rent-A-Car.
Okay. And is she using that same cell site that she was using at the 8:53, 8:57 times on the 2nd at the time the car was being rented?
That's correct.
All right, let's talk about location information surrounding Luis Rivera and Garcia's trip to Tallahassee in July of 2014. You said you do have both phone records at that point. You have Garcia and Rivera's in July?
That's correct, we do.
Okay. Was it similar as the June trip where they rented a car in Miami, they drove it up to Tallahassee?
Yes.
All right. Well, let's talk about actually the night on July 14th of 2014, the night before the car was rented. Did you look at the cell phone records to see what communications led up to the car rental?
We did, yes.
And what communications were there between the defendant and Sigfredo Garcia that night? And also between the defendant and Charlie Adelson?
Well, again, we see the evening of the 14th into the early morning hours of the 15th. We see that there are communications both with Mr. Garcia and Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson.
Do we have any information about Charlie Adelson's plans or locations that evening?
I believe we do, yes.
Okay. Can you show that to us?
So we see that there is an incoming voice call from Mr. Adelson at 8:52. Again, one of the other resources we have is the iCloud account for Mr. Adelson, which does contain some messaging. So looking around the time of this, we see that there is a message that indicates, I just tried calling you. So this will be from Mr. Adelson to Ms. Magbanua.
Okay, and what do you see after that?
Then we see a response, hey, no, I'm hungry, but you can come down here. We can eat in Midtown.
Okay, and are you able to see what his locations were during those times or that evening?
I am. As we continue through the messages, we see that he says 5 minutes on 79 and okay. So looking at his locations, we see that those first events at 9 p.m. would be consistent with the area of his residence. And then the next event that we have with location is 27 minutes later, which would again be consistent with the area of Ms. Magbanua's residence.
And does he stay the night there or does he go home after that?
I believe he goes home after that.
Now, after Charlie Adelson leaves her home that night, does her handset communicate with Sigfredo Garcia?
It does, yes.
And where is Katherine Magbanua during her communication with Sigfredo Garcia that night?
She would be consistent with the area of her residence.
That communication with Garcia would have been between 12:48 a.m. and 1:56 a.m.?
Yes, if you're referring to these communications here.
Okay.
Which begin, as you said, 12:48, and they run through 1:56 a.m.
All right, so moving on to the next day, July 15th of 2014, the day that the Prius was rented. What company does Sigfredo Garcia call the morning of July 15th?
What we see is after those events that we just talked about in the early morning hours with Ms. Magbanua, there are a number of events, calls or text, and the first rental car that we see is the Comfort Rent-A-Car, which is an outgoing call at 9:09 a.m.
So he calls Comfort Rental at 9:09 a.m.?
That's correct.
And that's the same company that he used for the June rental car?
That's correct.
Are there any calls between Garcia and Rivera that morning before he calls Comfort Rental Car at 9 a.m. or 9:09 a.m.?
There are not.
As the day goes on, after Sigfredo Garcia calls Comfort Rental, are there a number of other communications between Rivera and Garcia and the defendant throughout the day?
There are, yes.
Which rental company does Sigfredo Garcia call at 4:28 p.m.?
He calls Hybrid Rental, also known as Save Gas.
Okay. And after that call, is there more communication between Garcia and Rivera?
There is, yes.
All right. After that communication, what do we see?
Well, we were able to recover another rental contract for the Hybrid/Save Gas.
Okay. And this time is the person that Garcia was just communicating with frequently that afternoon, Rivera. Is he the one that rents this car?
That's correct.
Looking at the top, we see brother and a phone number. That phone number, 786-372-5986, is that the number for the call detail records for Sigfredo Garcia and also the one that he put on the June rental contract with Comfort Rental Car?
It is, yes.
All right, and that gives us the make and model of the car, looking at Toyota, Prius, green, and the date and time of the rental.
That's correct.
Okay. So that was rented at 6:15 p.m.
Correct.
On July 15th. Okay, did you analyze Luis Rivera and Garcia's phone records in relation to the rental car company?
Yes, again, looking at their events around the time of the rental contract, we see that both of their handsets are communicating with cell sites consistent with that general area.
And that's at the time that the car was rented or around that time?
That's correct.
All right, so after this car was rented, is there communication then between Garcia and Katherine Magbanua over the next 3-hour period?
There is, yes.
Okay, can you show that to us? All right, and what do you see?
These are just a number of events between the hours, again, here of 6:37 until about 9:30 p.m. on the evening of the 15th. And these are events between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia.
So this would have been after the car was rented, going through 3 hours. Those are all the events between them. And then what happens does the communication between them end abruptly at some point?
It does. This, as we can see, there are a number of events through this time period, and that ends at 9:30. That is the last event for a number of hours.
What are Katherine Magbanua's locations after the Prius rental?
So her locations, the cell sites and sectors her handset is using that evening would be consistent with servicing the area of her residence.
And what are Garcia's locations after that Prius is rented?
So initially, and this is prior to that 9:30 time frame, we see that his handset is using a number of different cell sites and sectors, and they would primarily be consistent with where he was staying at the time with Ms. Carmona.
Okay, and is that Stephanie Carmona?
Yes,
Through this investigation, is her nickname Shrimp?
it is, yes.
Okay, and that's kind of the other lady in his life besides Katherine Magbanua.
As I understand, yes.
Okay. Now tell us about what happens with this communication after he leaves Stephanie Carmona's residence.
Well, again, we saw the communications back and forth between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia that ended at 9:30. We can see that Mr. Garcia's event, he has an event here at 9:30 where this cell site and sector being used is more consistent with Ms. Magbanua's residence. And in fact, for the next hour or so, again, the cell sites and sectors would be consistent with Ms. Magbanua's residence.
Okay. So obviously there's other homes near Katherine Magbanua's residence. She's not the only person that lives on that island, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But looking at their communications, how they're talking, and it ends abruptly once he's consistent with her residence at 9:30, could that be consistent with them talking and then finally having met up at that point?
Could be, yes.
All right, based on the GPS from the Toyota Prius, where was the Prius the night of July 15th of 2014?
Again, we have a GPS coordinate from the vehicle, 10:25 p.m., and it shows it, again, consistent with the area of Ms. Magbanua's residence.
Okay, and again, in a parking lot kind of right next to her building?
That's correct.
Okay, moving on to the next day on July 16th. Did Garcia and Rivera's phones appear to leave the Miami area the next day on July 16th?
They did, yes.
All right, what time? What time did they leave, I mean?
Well, we can see they leave in the early afternoon hours of the 16th. We see the events at the bottom, 1:42, 1:53. And of course, because we have so many events shown on the map here, there are events on top of one another, so there may be events that are hidden under here. But this still gives us a good indication of the approximate times of their travel. But we can see through the 7, 8, 9, and 10 p.m. time frame, they're traveling through the state, and they reach the Tallahassee area sometime around midnight.
Was there a GPS ping from the rental car on their trip up?
Again, we do have a GPS location for that vehicle at 11:26 p.m. Mr. Rivera is the only one who has events in his records right around this locate. But again, we see that the cell sites he's using at this time are consistent with the area that the rental car was located in.
All right, so moving on to the next day, July 7th. Or what time did they get into Tallahassee on the 16th? Or
Again, it
thereabouts?
was just around midnight.
Okay, so moving on to the next day, July 17th. This is the day before the murder of Dan Markel. Are Garcia and Rivera's phones ever consistent with being at the Markel residence on Trescott?
Yes, we do see, again, Mr. Rivera's information here in blue. He is communicating with cell sites and sectors that will be consistent with servicing the area around Mr. Markel's residence. And he is the first one this date to have records. And then later we see that Mr. Garcia has events as well that are also, this 2:30 event would also be consistent with the area around Mr. Markel's residence.
Okay. Now, the first one that we saw at 11:47 and 11:58, does Garcia's phone have any events at that time?
He does not have events at this time.
Okay, so either his phone was off or he just wasn't using his phone, or whatever, around that time.
Correct. And
Okay.
again, his carrier provides locations for fewer events than Mr. Rivera's. So we're almost always going to see more events with location in Mr. Rivera's records because they provide it for data and text messages, whereas T-Mobile did not.
Okay. All right, so then we've got events for both of them, you said, are around the 2:30 time period?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, moving on to the next day, July 18th, the day of Dan Markel's murder. What can you tell us about Rivera and Garcia's handset locations that morning?
Well, again, from the video, we are able to know approximately when the Prius entered the parking lot of the Premier Health and Fitness around 9:15. Again, the events that we saw earlier from Mr. Garcia's handset, the 9:36 and the 9:58, as well as events from Mr. Rivera's handset. Both of those handsets are communicating with the cell sites and sectors that will be consistent with Premier Health and Fitness after the time that we see the Prius enter the parking lot.
Do both of those companies use the same tower?
They do not use the same tower. They all have their own separate infrastructure. Sometimes they are co-located, meaning they may have antennas on the same physical tower, but oftentimes they are completely separate structures.
Now, even though Garcia and Rivera's handsets are using different towers because they're different phone companies, are both their handsets consistent with being together at Premier the morning of the murder?
It is consistent with that, yes.
Okay. And what time do they leave Premier that day?
Well, from the surveillance video, we can see that Mr. Markel leaves just after 10:38 and the Prius shortly thereafter. 10:38:57 is this video clip.
And Garcia's last event with any location information was at 9:58 a.m., right?
That's correct.
Okay. What time was his next event?
His next event was after noon, around 12:30. Well, he has incoming events that don't reach the handset. If you're asking about event with location, it would be in the 12:30 time frame.
And what was the location of his next active event at 12:30?
We can see here that we have the events we just talked about in the morning around Premiere. We see that the handset, Mr. Garcia's handset in orange, the next event that he has with location is there at 12:30, and it will be consistent with the Alachua County area.
So if you don't mind using your pointer for a second, this the dots that we see in Tallahassee, that's his last location information at 9:58.
That's correct. So those are the events that we just looked at, the cell sites and sectors that were consistent with Premier Health and Fitness. So we have locations just before the 10 a.m. time frame. And then we have no locations again until Mr. Garcia's handset at 12:30.
Okay, so and who did he call at 12:30 p.m.?
Ms. Magbanua.
And this is the first call that Garcia makes after he uses that Premier Tower at 9:50 a.m.?
That's correct.
Did that call connect?
That call did connect.
Okay, can you show us that?
Yes.
Or what do we see here? I'm sorry.
So here again is the call summary. We see those two events at 9:36 and 9:58. Those are the ones that gave us the cell site location we looked at. I mentioned earlier that there would be some incoming calls that would not reach the handset, and that is your 1218 and 1219. Those calls were unable to be connected to the handset. Off, power down, off the network, whatever it may be. And then right at the 12:30 time frame, we see these short messages, these 122, 129. These are usually indicators or messages from the carrier to the handset, primarily a voicemail prompt, how you get the little icon that pops up on your phone that says, hey, you've got a voicemail. And then we see that 12:30, the outgoing call to Ms. Magbanua for 20 seconds. And this is from Mr. Garcia's records, so that will be his duration from his records.
Okay, so once that phone is powered back on again, that would have been at 12:30.
The indications, the notifications to the phone are an indication that the phone was just powered on at that time. And then yes, that phone call at 12:30 would be to Ms. Magbanua.
Okay, so the three numbers we see, that means the phone's being powered on, and then the first outgoing call is to Katherine Magbanua.
Yes.
Okay, and can you show us that in your records, which call that is? This one that's highlighted in red right here?
Yes,
And you said that the call did connect?
it did.
Okay, meaning that it was not routed to voicemail.
That's correct.
Okay, but it was a short duration though.
It was.
Were you able to see that call not only in his records, but also in her records?
Yes.
Okay, and tell me about the duration when you look, or about the, did it appear to connect in her records as well?
It did, yes.
All right. I want to move on to later in the day on July 18th. Do we have a map showing how Garcia and Rivera traveled back to Miami? Like what route that they took?
We do, again, the map that we saw previously was again consistent with travel down 75, the Alligator Alley corridor, and then coming into South Florida.
Okay, so they came across 75, across the Alligator Alley.
Yes.
And is this them arriving back in the Miami area close to 6, 7 p.m.?
It is, yes.
Okay. Did they stop anywhere once they got back to Miami?
They did. Again, investigators were able to obtain bank records, which showed that there was an ATM withdrawal from Mr. Rivera's account. Those records contained the location of the ATM and the date and time of that withdrawal. So as with any of our location analysis, we take that date, time, and location, we put it on a map, and we compare it with the cell sites that their handsets are using to see if it's consistent with them being in the area at that time.
And were there photos of them at the ATM as well?
There were, yes.
Okay. What do we see here?
So we see the location of that ATM from the bank records. We also see the cell sites that both of their handsets were using at this time, Rivera in blue, Garcia in orange. And we see that those cell sites are consistent with the area of the ATM around the time of the ATM withdrawal.
Where did they go once they left the ATM?
Well, we still have the images from the ATM.
Okay, and where did they go once they left the ATM?
Once they left the ATM, that ATM is located kind of on the west side. They traveled to the east side of Miami, consistent with either of their residents.
Now, was Harvey Adelson, Donna Adelson, or Charlie Adelson in Tallahassee on the day of the murder, July 18th, 2014?
Their handsets were not.
Okay, thank you. Their handsets weren't. Okay. On July 18th, 2014, will you walk us through the phone activity among Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera, Katherine Magbanua, and also, the Adelson's phone activity that morning?
Yes, again, so combining a number of records, combining Ms. Magbanua's records, combining Mr. Adelson's records, Mr. Garcia's records, then we're able to see that morning of those persons that you mentioned, who is communicating with who and at what time.
Okay, and I just want to be clear. These calls aren't the only calls in all of these people's phone records that day.
No, it is certainly not. This is filtered down just to the names that you mentioned. Mr. Adelson, or the Adelson family, Ms. Magbanua, Mr. Garcia.
So this is only showing all of these parties' calls. If anyone called each other, these are their calls.
Yes.
From the people that I named. Okay. Each of these individuals, they're using their phones to contact other people in their lives throughout the day on any of these slides that we show.
That's correct.
Okay. We're just trying to show the communication between these parties on these significant days.
Correct.
All right. So looking at the 18th, can you kind of just walk us through what you see here on that day?
So this would include beginning prior to the actual homicide, 12:01 a.m. We see that Ms. Magbanua, there's an outgoing call to Mr. Garcia. There's Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Adelson, contact between their numbers in the 12:07, 12:34. Mr. Adelson again up and through 1:03. Then it picks up again 8:09 in the morning with Wendy and Donna Adelson talking. There's communication again between Charlie and Wendy and some of the other players, Ms. Magbanua, Mr. Adelson, throughout that 9 and 10 a.m. time frame.
Okay. What's the red line that we see there?
The red line would indicate the time in these records where Mr. Markel was killed.
Okay. In the last call we see there, we see that after the point that he is murdered, Charlie Adelson has some contact with Donna Adelson. Katherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson have some contact. And then the 12:30 call that we see, have we seen that call previously?
Yes, that is the call that we have mentioned prior from Mr. Garcia to Ms. Magbanua after the homicide. And again, previously we saw it from Mr. Garcia's records. The duration was shorter. From Ms. Magbanua's records, it shows a duration of 44 seconds.
Okay, did Katherine Magbanua communicate with Sigfredo Garcia during the July 16th to 18th trip?
She did, yes.
Okay. And does that slide show a number of communications between the two during those from the 16th to the 18th?
It does, yes.
Okay, some are voice, some are text.
That's correct.
Some are incoming, some are outgoing.
Correct.
All right, can we move on to July 18th? All right, so after they leave the ATM, Garcia and Rivera leave the ATM on July 18th after they get back to Miami after committing this murder. Do they then, after that, go back to Garcia's residence? I'm sorry, Rivera's residence. Okay.
Yes.
And that Rivera's residence, that's the 135th?
It is, yes.
All right. Who was Katherine Magbanua communicating with around that time?
So again, this is limited to just her contacts with Mr. Adelson or Mr. Garcia, but we do see that in the afternoon and early evening hours, Ms. Magbanua is communicating with both Mr. Adelson and Mr. Garcia.
And what was her location during that time, leading up to maybe about halfway through that list? Okay, thank you.
So what we see, the initial cell sites up through about 8:46 would be consistent with the area of her residence. The next we see at 9:20 through 9:23, and then the 9:42.
Was Katherine Magbanua also communicating with a name you mentioned earlier, Yendra Mascaro, that evening?
She was, yes.
Okay, and I think highlighted in bold right now are all the Yendra Mascaro contacts.
That's correct.
What can you tell us about her location after she leaves her residence, if you could walk us through her locations that evening?
Well, again, as we see the events near her residence, and then the 9:20 to 9:42, that would generally be consistent with travel from her residence towards the area of Mr. Rivera's residence.
Okay. Who lives on that route that you're showing us here?
So Ms. Mascaro, her residence is along this general path of travel as well.
Okay. What happens at 9:46 p.m.?
So in looking at the specific cell site and sector Ms. Magbanua's handset is using for this event, we see that that would be consistent with servicing the area of Mr. Rivera's residence.
And where are Garcia and Rivera's handsets around that time, at around the 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock hour?
So again, the cell sites they're communicating with, also consistent with that general area.
So are all three handsets consistent with being at Rivera's residence by about 9:46 p.m.?
They are consistent with that, yes.
Once they're all communicating with the same cell site, does communication, we saw communication before with her and Sigfredo Garcia, do they have any communication after she's consistent with being at Rivera's home at 9:46?
No, what we see after the 9:46 event, the next events that she has are with Mr. Adelson, but there are no more events with Mr. Garcia in this immediate time frame.
Okay, so that evening she's talking to Garcia off and on, and then it stops at 9:46 once she's consistent with the same cell sites they are near Rivera's residence.
Near his residence, yes.
Okay. You mentioned this contact with Charlie Adelson she had after that point. Can you tell us about her location during that time?
Yes, so again, these events, the 10:20, 10:22, are also communicating with that same cell site and sector that would be consistent with the area of Mr. Rivera's residence.
Okay, were you able to find any messages from Charlie Adelson's iCloud that could give any insight into Magbanua's locations that night?
We did, yes.
Okay, and what's that?
So there were communications earlier in the afternoon of the 18th that we see an inquiry about work, Mr. Adelson's response, about to start a big case, response. This is at 8:21 p.m. asking if still at work. The response at 8:23, just finishing, I'm not really feeling good. Maybe we can just hang at my house.
Do you have any more location information for Katherine Magbanua's phone after her calls with Charlie Adelson at 10:20 when she's consistent with Rivera's residence?
We do not have any more location information for her handset that night or into the next morning.
So her handset doesn't have contact with any of the parties again that night?
There's attempted contact, but none of them actually reached the handset.
Okay, and I'll ask you about that in a minute. But from what we have from her, she's contacting Garcia a lot. Then she's no more contact with him once she's consistent with Rivera's residence. While at Rivera's residence, she has contact with Charlie Adelson. Earlier in the night, he's invited her over to his house, but then her phone goes off or is powered down, and we don't have any location information for her the rest of the night.
That's correct.
All right, so tell me about the attempted contact with her.
Well, we do see from her records that. Objection, Your Honor, from the sideline.
All right, so I think my last question was, what can you tell us about Katherine Magbanua's communication the morning of July 19th, which would be the next day after the murder?
Yes. So we do see at 3:08, 3:11, 3:26 a.m. there are attempted incoming calls from Mr. Garcia. These did not actually reach the handset, and that they did not provide location information for us for Ms. Magbanua's locations.
So this would have been a call from him that went straight to her voicemail.
Yes.
All right, so or 3 calls from him rather. Okay, so starting the next morning at, what do you see starting at 9:06 a.m.?
So 9:06, we see an incoming notification, which again could be consistent with the phone coming back to the network at this point. Could be. And then we see, beginning at 9:44 a.m., a series of outgoing voice calls to Mr. Garcia's number.
Was she able to reach Sigfredo Garcia's number?
She was not.
Who does she, or does she then reach out to another number after she tries to reach Sigfredo Garcia. Is that 6 or 7? It's hard for me to 6 times.
Yes, she does.
Okay, after she can't reach Garcia 6 times, after she's unsuccessful with that, does she reach out to another number, a 305-896-3720 number?
She does, yes.
Okay. Why is the name Anthony Ortiz associated with that number? Where did you get that information?
That information was provided to me by the investigators during the course of the investigation.
Okay. Is there another source, possible source of that number from Katherine Magbanua's contacts?
Objection, hearsay, not evidence.
That's sustained.
Okay. But there is another source? I'm sorry. I apologize. All right. So after he reaches out to this other party that you have, that law enforcement received information on, maybe, and that's the name Anthony Ortiz?
Yes.
Okay. After that, what happens?
Well, we next look at, for those events, those outgoing calls to Mr. Garcia, we do have location information for Ms. Magbanua. So we looked at the cell sites her handset was communicating with at that time. Those are the first events.
Okay, so what do we have up at the top of the screen here? What's the yellow flag?
At the very top, that yellow flag is Mr. Adelson's residence. And
Okay.
then we also have Mr. Rivera's residence. We can see that Mr. Adelson's residence is significantly further north in Miami.
Okay, so the last contact that she had on her phone, communication on her phone before the 944 was at 10:20 the night before with Charlie Adelson.
Yes,
And that was after he invited her to his residence.
correct.
Okay, so then her phone is off the network. It's then comes back on, and at 9:44, she has her first contact and her first location that we can see. And she's there in between Charlie Adelson's residence and Rivera's residence.
That's correct.
Okay, and then is that all the dots that we see her communication on her way south?
That's correct.
Okay. What happens after that communication? Once she's closer to Rivera's residence, she's reached out to another person who you have as Anthony Ortiz there in your presentation.
Yes, and then after that, we see these are from Mr. Garcia's records, we see that a number of people he has a number of incoming events, starting with those 944 calls from Ms. Magbanua, the Anthony Ortiz number, eventually the Luis Rivera number, are all attempting to reach him in that 9:44 to 10:20 time frame, the morning of the 19th.
Is anybody ever able to reach him?
They're not.
Now, is Anthony Ortiz a friend of Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes.
Objection, personal knowledge.
Overruled.
Looking at these call detail logs, after the Ortiz number tries Garcia a couple times, does that number then reach out to Luis Rivera?
I'm sorry.
So after the attempts from the Ortiz number to contact to Sigfredo Garcia, does that person then reach out to Luis Rivera?
I believe so. There is definitely contact between the Ortiz number and the Rivera number.
Okay, and that would be at around the 10 o'clock hour there?
That would be a little later.
Okay. What happened with Garcia's phone? Are we able to see why nobody was able to reach him?
Yes, and looking at Mr. Garcia's actual call detail records, we can see a number of columns here, but of interest to us are these. And we see that starting after, he has an event at 5:12 a.m., which does reach the handset. And then the next event, 7:09, all of these are routed to voicemail. There is no longer any location information provided, and the notes from the carrier indicate that the handset is unavailable. And this continues through the duration or the entire set of records that he has.
Could that be consistent with Garcia, dumping, getting rid of his phone?
It certainly could, yes.
What was the last location of Garcia's phone before he just stopped using it altogether?
His last location would be consistent with where he was residing at the time with Ms. Carmona.
With Stephanie Carmona?
Yes.
All right. Now, during this, we saw this kind of flurry of calls between all these parties with everyone trying to get a hold of Garcia. Can you tell us about the location of Rivera's phone during that point? Yes, during his events.
So the initial, and I'll try to clarify which time frame you're speaking of, but for the initial calls between Ms. Magbanua trying to reach Mr. Garcia in that 9:44 up until 10 or just after 10 a.m., Mr. Rivera's location will be consistent with his residence or the area around his residence.
All right. Where does he leave the area of his residence sometime between the beginning of his events in this call flurry and the end?
Yes. Mr. Rivera's handset communicates with cell sites that will be consistent with traveling east towards the coast and towards the area of Ms. Carmona's residence. That is just prior to 10:28.
Okay. So his handset heads from the area of his residence east over towards Stephanie Carmona's residence, and then what does it do?
It returns to the area of his residence.
Okay. And during this time, as he's traveling back and forth, who is he communicating with?
He's communicating, again, he's still, up until 10:20, attempting to get hold of Mr. Garcia, and then we see that there is a call from Mr. Rivera to Ms. Magbanua, and some communication back and forth with them.
Who called who first that day?
Mr. Rivera called Ms. Magbanua first.
Okay. And that's from a 570 number that he called her from that day?
That's correct.
Did she have that number in her phone?
She did not.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike. Same objections before. It's not necessary.
If he knows that, he can testify to that. Overruled.
It was not.
So is that the first time in all of the records that we have that Luis Rivera and Katherine Magbanua have communication on that 570 number that he's currently using in July of 2014?
That's correct.
After Rivera calls Katherine Magbanua, does Katherine Magbanua call Rivera back?
She does, yes.
Okay, and it looks like they have a total of about 4 communications between them?
In this time frame, yes.
Okay. And you said from the records we have, she had never been contacted by that number of his, the 570 number before.
That's correct.
And she had never contacted it.
Correct.
At 10:23, after this, we see a 10:22 call outgoing between Katherine Magbanua and Luis Rivera. The 10:23 call from Katherine Magbanua to Sigfredo Garcia, is that the last call that Katherine Magbanua ever makes to Garcia's phone?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And he no longer uses his phone after that point either, you said, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so I'm not just saying that day, but that's the last time she calls Garcia's number ever, is at 10:23 from the records that we have.
It's definitely the last time here that she attempts to call it. The account is in existence for a number of days after it is stopped being used. I do not recall any other attempt from her number in any of those subsequent days to reach that handset.
Okay. All right, so the last call that we see on this call flurry is an outgoing call from Katherine Magbanua to Luis Rivera, a voice call,
Yes,
and they talk for about 1 minute and 25 seconds.
the phone call has a duration of 1 minute and 25 seconds.
Thank you. All right, so after those events, what can you tell us about Katherine Magbanua's location?
Well, after we saw the original events through 9:47 or just before 10 a.m., the next events that we have, those phone calls that were in the last red bracket between 10:02 and 10:25, her handset is now communicating with a cell site that is closer to Mr. Rivera's residence.
So 9:47 was kind of that last dot we had seen earlier of her travel south, and then this is the next one from 10:02 to 10:25.
Correct.
Okay, and so she's at that point she's consistent with Rivera's residence.
The area around, there's different sectors in use here. Some are not consistent with his residence, some are, but again, just the general area.
Okay, and what can you tell us about Luis Rivera's location after this call flurry?
At this point, again, it's about the 10:20 a.m. time frame that his handset begins traveling back. So he is just prior to 10:30 or around 10:30 getting back to the area of his residence.
Back to his residence from going east that morning over to Stephanie Carmona's home and coming right back.
That's correct.
All right, so that morning, we see Katherine Magbanua coming south from the direction of Charlie Adelson's residence, trying to get in contact with Garcia, her calling others, her calling the Ortiz number, that number, trying to get in contact with Garcia, then to Luis Rivera trying to get in contact with Garcia, him calling Katherine Magbanua, and then Katherine Magbanua and Luis Rivera exchanging some phone calls. Finally, the last phone call, you said that was at 10:23?
To Mr. Garcia.
To Mr. Garcia, okay. And at that point, where is Rivera's location? Does he come back? Can you show us where he comes back consistent with his residence?
I can. This again, we were initially looking at the continued call activity. As I stated, his handset does return to the area of his residence. As we continue to look at the calling between the involved parties that morning, we again see the calls that you just mentioned, the 10:23 to Mr. Rivera, and then there is a final, she would be consistent from Ms. Magbanua to Mr. Rivera at 10:31 a.m.
Okay. And do you have her location data for that event?
Yes, for that event, again, when we look at the actual sector that is being utilized, we would say that that cell site and sector could be consistent with servicing Mr. Rivera's residence.
Okay.
And then we do see Mr. Rivera's, the cell sites that his handset is communicating with, and again, also consistent with the area around his residence.
Once he is back, or his handset is back from Stephanie Carmona's home, is the first event that once he's back over to that area at 10:35 or 10:34, 10:35 I'm seeing?
I don't recall if that's the first event. I would need to look at all those to say for sure which is the first, but in this just after 10:30 time frame, all of that cell site usage is consistent with the area of his residence.
Okay, so by 10:30 when he's back, he and Katherine Magbanua have a short call at 10:31, and then do they have any more communication that morning after that point?
They do not.
And that's once Rivera is both back consistent with his residence and Katherine Magbanua is already in that area.
Correct.
Do we have any events that could show Katherine Magbanua's location from after the Rivera call from 10:32 to 11:23?
We do not. We see here the next event is at 11:23, and that's the next event that we have that would give us location information.
So she has no events for about 50 minutes there that morning after her last phone call with Luis Rivera and him getting back consistent with his residence.
That's correct.
Could this evidence be consistent with Rivera and Magbanua trying to reach Garcia, finding him, and the three of them meeting up at Rivera's residence?
It could be, yes.
And you're not going off just the locations for that, but just the pattern of calling, how they are all calling or all trying to get in contact with Garcia, talking to each other, and then it abruptly stops once they're consistent with Rivera's residence?
That's correct.
All right, so can you tell us about Katherine Magbanua's location during that next event, the 1123 event?
As we see for the 1123 event, cell site and sector is one location south from where she was previously. Still not that far from Mr. Rivera's residence, but it has moved to cell site south.
Okay, so when she was up closer to Rivera's residence, she's communicating with the cell site closer, and now she's a little south, she's communicating with a different cell site.
That's the cell site her handset is using for this event.
Okay. Whose home would be consistent with that location, with her 1123?
Again, Ms. Indra Mascaro's residence could be consistent with this cell site and sector.
And that's at 11:23 a.m. the morning after Dan Markel's murder?
Correct.
All right, in all of your review, from all the records and data in this case, did any of the Adelson handsets, Charlie Adelson, Wendy Adelson, Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson, ever communicate with Sigfredo Garcia's handset besides the one voicemail from Garcia to Harvey Adelson on July 1st of 2014 that we found in the tower dump?
No.
Did any of the Adelsons, all the Adelsons I just named, did any of them ever communicate with Luis Rivera's handset?
No.
All right, I want to move on to the wiretap. Were you involved in securing a wiretap of some of the suspects in this case in 2016?
Yes, I was.
What is a wiretap?
Excuse me, just one second. A wiretap is a kind of a general term for law enforcement or an order, a judge's order authorizing law enforcement to intercept live communication, whether that be voice communication, text message communication, email communication, oral communication, whatever it may be, but that is a generic term for our ability to lawfully intercept communications as they're occurring.
And what has to be in place to have the authority to conduct a wiretap?
Well, first of all, there is a legal order that is completed and reviewed and signed by a judge, which is what gives us the authority to do it. And then there is a very technical aspect of it where we're in communication with the cell phone provider. They provision equipment on their side, we provision equipment on our side, and then they are able to route copies of those communications to us, again, in real time while they're happening.
What type of equipment is needed to conduct a wiretap?
Wiretaps, or modern wiretaps, are almost all digital or done over the internet now. So we have computer workstations, computer servers, again, and we establish a connection to the carrier. The carrier is able to send us that information in real time. Our software is able to process it. We receive real-time information just like a call detail record. We know the number that is being dialed. We know the cell site location the handset is using for that particular event, and all that populates in our computer or our interface in real time. And then again, it is able to display either the text message or play the audio for us, allow us to record that if we're able to, or not record it if we're not.
What type of, do the people who are monitoring it have to go through a certain type of training in order to be able to do that?
Yes, there's a few aspects of this. One, they must be minimized, a term that means really they must be read into the case. They must understand, they must read the affidavit that was signed authorizing us to do the intercept so that they know about the investigation. They know the specific details that we're looking for, the specific evidence that we're authorized to listen for. So they must be trained in what they're allowed to listen to. And then they understand that what is not permissible. We can't listen to all communication. We can't listen to every phone call. We can only listen to those things that we're specifically authorized to, those specific evidentiary conversations. So they're trained what they can and cannot listen to, and then they're trained how to do that, how to minimize or stop recording a phone call. So while we're listening to a phone call, if we determine that that is not evidentiary or something that we're not entitled to record, we're able to press a button and it stops that. We don't hear it, we can't record it, we can't recover it. We're able to come back and check it later. But again, that training for them involves not only the legal side of what they're able to listen to, but the technical side of how to do it.
Okay. So you're listening, but at the same time, if it's not relevant, you have to minimize. And you said that you can come back later and check in to see if maybe they are talking about something relevant again.
That's correct. We'll be spot checking. And again, that information develops throughout the course of an intercept. We may be someone that is spoken to every day, and it has never, ever been anything to do with our case. We would check that one less often. If it's someone that every once in a while says something that's relevant to our case, then we may spot check that one a little bit more frequently to see if that conversation has come back around. And if it's someone that's directly involved, then we would spot check a lot more frequently to see if they're speaking about something relevant to the case.
And minimization isn't a choice by law enforcement. We're required to minimize irrelevant portions by court order in order to protect privacy as much as possible while still conducting the investigation, right?
That's correct.
Okay. If a call is minimized, how can listeners of the call tell if an officer is doing that?
There will be a very loud audio tone when the recording stops. And then there will be no conversation in between. There'll be another audio tone, and all of a sudden conversation will resume further into the conversation. And it becomes very obvious that you missed a chunk of data or a chunk of the conversation. In addition, we have timing in the intercept system. It tells us the time that a call was minimized, when it was checked again, so we know how long that call was not listened to and what time it was that we came back and checked it.
Which phones were tapped in this case?
Mr. Adelson's phone and Ms. Magbanua's phone.
And Adelson, and I know all these numbers are in the call detail records and have already been read on the record, but Charlie Adelson's phone number, that's the one ending in 9223, and Magbanua's phone ending in 1312?
That's correct. And there was a later additional phone from Ms. Magbanua.
Okay, and was the later additional phone from Katherine Magbanua, was that 786-574-0338?
Yes, I believe it was.
What time period was that phone of hers monitored?
I do not recall the exact time period. It would have been very much towards the end of the intercept period.
Okay. Would it have began the day before Sigfredo Garcia's arrest?
We know when that handset was obtained. I cannot tell you exactly when the intercept started.
Okay. Was the handset obtained the day before his arrest?
I believe that it was, yes.
Okay. And her other number, 1312, was still on the network during that period as her new phone number was as well, right?
That's correct.
Who supervised the wiretap calls?
Well, I was the technical supervisor, the
Mhm.
person who, again, oversaw kind of the technical aspects of it. We had TPD supervisors, violent crime supervisors, who were also responsible for scheduling of persons and overseeing our synopsizing as the calls are. As we're listening to the calls, we're doing a synopsis so that the investigators can come back and know what the call was about without having to listen to it all. So they're overseeing that. In addition, the state attorney's office is overseeing, so we're providing reports to them to make sure if we have questions, if there's something that we're not sure we should listen to or not, they're providing guidance. And then ultimately the judge is overseeing it. We provide periodic reports to the judge about the types of communications we're intercepting so that the judge is able to say, okay, so you are getting evidence that this is going as the affidavit says, and therefore he continues to authorize that intercept.
Okay. And when these calls are recorded, are those recordings stored and maintained in like a secured area in TPD?
They are. We do our intercepts in concert with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. They're the ones that have a server that is directly attached to the carrier. We have a server that's directly attached to them. The original audio recordings during the course of the intercept are maintained by FDLE. And immediately upon the conclusion of those, we recover those from FDLE. They're sealed by the judge, and then they're kept in a secure location.
Okay, thank you. This might be a good time for a 10-minute break, Judge.
Okay. All right, we're going to take a break, and we'll see how much we're going to have for the rest of the afternoon after I speak with the attorneys, okay? So let's take a 5 or 10-minute break, and then we'll see where we stand at this point, okay? No conversations, please, amongst yourselves. All right, please be seated. Jury's out of the courtroom. The door is closed. And so, Ms. Dugan, how much more do you anticipate for your direct?
I'm actually done, but I wanted to try to proffer a little information to see if we can just go back and establish that Katherine Magbanua tried to call Luis Rivera's old number, and there's just 2 slides, and I'm done. Otherwise, I would need to try to do that maybe at a later time in the call.
All right, so you're going to proffer testimony through who?
I'd like to ask Sergeant Corbett how he knows that's an old number of Luis Rivera's. I also, her iCloud, that's the contacts are from her iCloud, which Sergeant Corbett has seen and had access to in the course of his investigation. And the number that she tried to call during the June and July trips was the number for Luis Rivera in her iCloud contacts. So honestly, whether it ever was his number or not, that's who she thought she was calling, because that's who she had in her contact information for Luis Rivera. He's familiar with that as part of the investigation. That's her iCloud, having been through her iCloud.
Well, then if it's not his number, how does Luis Rivera's name get attached to it in the first place? Just through contacts?
So Luis Rivera's number on the money drop day on July 19th is his number that we have the call detail records for. The number that she was calling, Katherine Magbanua was calling in June and July, she called it twice, once during the June trip and once during the July trip, was an old number of his that starts in 934. I'm sorry, that starts in 934.
934 is the exchange.
Okay.
6331, is that what it was?
Maybe. But that's the number in her contact list of her iCloud for Luis Rivera. And we also have.
All right, why don't you ask some questions to this witness in order to establish that, and then I'll hear argument after that.
Sergeant Corbett, how have you been able to establish that Katherine Magbanua thought she was calling a number for Luis Rivera?
I have reviewed her Apple iCloud return, and that return did include a number of contacts where she has associated names or nicknames with telephone numbers in her handset.
And the number that we saw that she called during the June and July trips, what is that number listed as in her contact list?
That number is listed in her contacts as Tato.
And is that your understanding that's Luis Rivera's nickname?
That's correct.
Okay. Have you ever seen any other sources that indicate that the 305-934-6615 number was at one point a number for Luis Rivera? It didn't work anymore. Now he had the 570 number, but Katherine Magbanua didn't know that.
I have seen very briefly another Apple return that lists that phone number for Mr. Rivera.
Your Honor, this is where we
Those are all the questions.
All right. Okay, so Do you want to ask questions in regards to the number first? But you want a Richardson hearing in regards to what information that has not been provided to you?
If I ask the questions, I think it will be clear to Your Honor what I would do.
All right, why don't you go ahead?
Sergeant, how you doing?
Good.
It's always a pleasure seeing you. All right. So what does, excuse me, Liz? What does TATO mean?
I do not know specifically what Tato means. It is certainly a name as far as the gang affiliation, but it is a superlative that is added to a number of other names.
You got a nickname in this case as well too, Tuto, right?
Correct.
You're not Latin, are you?
I am not.
So you don't know the commonality of the nickname Tato.
I do not.
You don't know whether Miss Magbanua knows one Tato, right?
That's correct.
6 Tatos,
Correct.
3 Tutos,
Correct.
and a partridge in a pear tree, right? You don't know that.
I do not.
So you cannot conclusively say that her saving that number in was indicating that it was Luis Rivera.
That's correct.
In fact, you've had this situation with other phone numbers in this case, right? Anthony Ortiz's phone number, 305-896-3720. You said that Miss Magbanua had saved as Anthony Ortiz, right?
No. She has saved as Jessica, just.
Jessica Rodriguez.
Jessica, I believe that it's Jessica parentheses Flocka.
Okay, so I want to make sure that this is clear for the court. In your slide, you had a number ending in 3720, and next to it you had Anthony Ortiz.
That's correct.
But you're telling me that Miss Magbanua had it saved under somebody else's name, Jessica Flocka Rodriguez.
Not Rodriguez, just Jessica Flocka.
And you understand that to be Jessica Rodriguez.
By the same token, I assume she knows a number of Jessicas.
All right. So now you were talking about Apple documents that you've seen. I'm going to show you what I've had for a while here. You know what a 302 is, right?
I've heard of it, yes.
And have you seen this 302 before?
I do not believe I have.
Okay, now in this 302, it says that Investigator Isom provided Agent Sandberg the return, which I have, from Apple. And it has a bunch of information in here with respect to what Apple responded with. You see that, right?
I do.
And that number right there, the 935-6615, that's different than the phone number that you're talking about, right?
It is different.
It's off by 1 digit. That 5 is a 4 in your records.
That's correct.
And the records that we're talking about, have you seen these now? It's an Excel spreadsheet, so it doesn't print too well. But Apple Confidential, that it's a response to the subpoena, that we have a business record certification for. Have you seen this document before?
For all of about 30 seconds. I have not been able to go through it or review it.
Do you want to take a look at it?
But
And then I'll have some, you're on, right, Kurt?
Yes.
Start to run up on you, sorry.
yes.
Take a look at it, and then I'll ask you some questions. Sergeant, if it's okay with the court, I can ask you some questions while you have the document in front of you.
Please.
If
Go ahead.
that's okay with the court?
Mm-hmm.
Sergeant, those are the records that TPD, ladies and gentlemen, just distract. the records that TPD received back from Apple. You trust me with that, right?
I have to. I don't know it differently.
They gave it to me. If it's any different, I'm sure that they'll bring it forward. You, as the sergeant in the technical operations unit, you don't know whether the information in that document that came from Apple, whether that's user entered information or system generated information. Do you understand my question?
I do, and that's one of the things I was looking at, and I have an opinion about that.
You go ahead.
And obviously, in looking at the information that's put in, there's an Apple login, there's an email, there is a phone number, there's an address. The address 11750 NE, which is in lowercase, 16 Ave in lowercase, is not a grammatically correct, or I would assume to be a computer generated syntax for an address.
So you would agree with me that systems many times can cause things to be lowercase, correct? It could be case sensitive.
It can be, yes.
Now the information itself, it doesn't. Now you're giving the address and you're giving 11750 lowercase ne. Obviously you're looking at something different, but 16 Ave, it's not changing around the characters. It's just making them lowercase, right?
Correct.
It's not changing an A to a B or a 5 to a 4.
It's not. In some places, NE is just NE. In others, it's N period, E period. And again, in lowercase, which it would appear to be more user inputted, but I do not know that for certain.
You would agree with me that it would be speculative, that you're speculating?
I am, yes.
All right, it's not an expert opinion to say whether it is an error because it was human entered, or that it's a matter of different systems dredging information from different places and it getting a little bit confused.
All I can say is the information that I have in front of me right here, I could not determine one way or the other.
I want to make an example of what I'm talking about dredging. You know what NCICs are, right?
I do.
That each jurisdiction throughout the country, and each county has their own, they have their own program for organizing files, right?
Yes.
And then there's a national system that will pull that information and then put it into one form. But because each county has a different software system, sometimes it looks a little bit different. You agree with me on that?
Well, in theory, an NCIC, FCIC terminal, the entries should be standardized, but I'm certain that the amount of detail and narrative portions would be different from different jurisdictions.
Let me give you an example. Chicago, you get a felony for grand theft. It could be spelled out grand theft. You pick one up in Sacramento, California, it could be grand TFT, right?
Sure.
Okay. That could be going on here.
It could be.
All right. But you just don't know.
I do not.
But the document that we have in front of us is for a different phone number associated with Luis Rivera's name.
That is correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Now, apparently there's a new document that we've never received that they haven't provided in discovery that associates Luis Rivera with the 934 number. And that's what we need to Richardson here.
Well, he's testified that comes from his investigation in the iCloud and through documents that have been provided to you. Did you have all the iCloud documents from your own client that the state received, correct?
We have iCloud data from a phone that was collected in 2016 for a phone number that's saved under somebody else's name. They've now presented information that it's somehow associated with Luis Rivera. Correct me if I'm wrong, if the court's okay.
No, I don't need to hear anymore. The information that you received from this 934 number as opposed to a 935 number that was the subject of the warrant to the search warrant to Apple, or the subpoena to Apple for those records. The 934 is attached to Rivera because of the association to that number through information in the iCloud and also the Cellbrite information from Ms. Magbanua. Is that what you're telling the court?
The 934 number, the reason
number that Katherine Magbanua has as Taco in her iCloud contact list, which Sergeant Corbett reviewed, and that's how we saw that she's trying to contact Louis Rivera during the June and July trips.
All right. Did you ever solicit records from Apple in regards to this 934 number?
I don't know the answer to that.
Yes,
The iCloud was amended in discovery in July of 2019.
Or was it just the 935 number? That is what I see here, the 935 number. These were the records that were received from Apple. Is that correct, Ms. Kaplan?
I don't know where the defense exhibit came from, Judge. I know where the state's information came from, which is a CD containing contents of Katherine Magbanua's iCloud from Cellbrite, which was provided on July 16th, 2019 at 3:07 p.m.
All right. So you have provided that to the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you have reviewed that, and that's where you're reaching your conclusion in regards to that is potentially a number associated with Luis Rivera.
It is from Ms. Magbanua's iCloud return that the contact for Tato has the 934 number. Yes.
All right.
You're on the Dr. Lieber.
No, I've heard enough.
The Richardson, the document's right there. They haven't given it to us. That's what they're using. It's right there.
His information is coming from the records he's reviewed that he has provided for you. I don't know what that is referred to. I don't even know if that's work product or what you're referring to. But the information where he's getting his information, where the witness is getting information, is what is important to the court. And if he's getting it from information that has been provided to you already, then there's no discovery violation and there's no reason to do a Richardson hearing in the first place. So it's going to be admissible. I'm going to bring the jury back in. I'm going to allow the questioning on that one particular item, which will last approximately what, Ms. Stugan?
2 minutes.
All right. And then we're going to conclude for the day. We'll bring him back. I'm sorry, but we're going to have to bring him back for another day and on Monday. And then we'll start with the cross-examination, because I take it your cross-examination is going to be longer than 5 minutes.
Yes, and I can tell Your Honor that if allowed the weekend, it will be a lot more streamlined because it will be organized.
All right. I appreciate that. So we'll break then at that point, and then we'll just get a few matters cleaned up after the jury's out, and then we'll all be breaking for the weekend at that time. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
May at some point I have, and I'm not trying to argue the court through, but access to the record concerning the document that the government showed me this morning that is the response to a subpoena from Apple for the other phone number that we've never got.
All right. If there is that record, okay, and I don't know if it was showed to you or provided for you, that's not before the court. I don't even know if you're telling me of its existence, but I don't know if it's relevant or if they're providing it to you now. Now, if we run into a situation where it exists and it hasn't been provided to you, and I know that for sure, and now you've got it, then I'll have a Richardson hearing based on that.
Ms. Dugan came over and showed it to me, and I thought that I would just go along with it, and this has never been provided to us. I was visibly upset about it, so I think that the government now is trying to get the information in through another means. And of course, I'll cross on that, but I would board tennis for a motion to compel for the Apple return that they have, that they presented to me this morning. It was presented like, hey, we're going to use this to see if I was okay with it for the other phone number. So I know they have it. We just want a copy of it to find out what, if any, investigation we have to do. If we'd like it before the weekend.
All right. Do you?
Can I say something?
All right. What is this document, Ms. Dugan?
Our exhibit all along has been with the 934 number of Louis Rivera is based on the iFile. Today, over lunch, I was asking about the subpoena return for the 935, and I was shown, hey, there's also one for a 934. That's all there is. I don't know if.
So what is this? Just tell me what it is.
Something from Apple showing that he also had a 934 number. That's the same as the one that's in Katherine Magbanua's iFile and has the same email that's associated with the 935.
And when did you become aware of this?
2016. We've had it since 2016.
The state has had it since 2016. I saw it at lunch today. It was provided in 2016.
All right, and has it ever been provided to the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
When was it provided to the
In
defense?
2016. I'll get you the exact
All right,
date here shortly.
so I'm going to need to know that if it's been provided to you, because I know this has been a point of contention before in regards to this number. If it's been provided to you, then there's no need for a Richardson hearing if the state can show me that. If it has not been provided to you, then I will make the appropriate determination at that time. Whether this, I don't think this document is not going to prevent the testimony from coming in, because it's also derived from other information, not just from whatever this is and whether or not that search was done. And it's not being used as an exhibit, or you're not putting this into evidence. Is that correct, Ms. Dugan?
No, sir.
All right. So if I need to have a hearing on that, I will. And if the state can provide me that it was given to the defense, that would solve all the problems. You can make your record.
What I can tell Your Honor is, at best, what they're going to be able to show is the pleading when you receive that spreadsheet. I am 100% positive that has never been given. Had it been given in a prior trial in 2019, they would have brought that up when I cross-examined using that spreadsheet with Agent Sanders.
All right, we're going to see. We're going to see.
Sorry, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. Let's bring the jury back out, please. That was a good move.
All right, you're entering the courtroom.
All right, please be seated. Okay, we're going to have about 2 more minutes of testimony before I release you for the weekend, okay? All right, I promise you that, and Ms. Dugan has promised me that. All right, so we may proceed with the direct.
Sergeant Corbett, I want to turn your attention to slide 61-ish of the June trip to Tallahassee.
60?
61 is what I have. Okay. All right. So on the slide we saw just before, that was all of Katherine Magbanua's communication with Sigfredo Garcia during Garcia and Rivera's June trip to Tallahassee. What does this slide show?
So this slide adds in one additional phone call, and it is an outgoing voice call to the highlighted number there, which is 305-934-6615.
Was that number saved in Katherine Magbanua's phone as a contact per the iCloud, or per the phone and iCloud that you reviewed from her?
The iCloud account for Ms. Magbanua, yes, had this number saved as a contact.
And what was the contact name for this 934 number in her phone?
It was Tato.
Tato, T-A-T-O?
That's correct.
Garcia's nickname is Tudo, and Rivera's nickname is Tato, is your understanding?
That's correct.
Had Katherine Magbanua called this number for Luis Rivera at any point in the records that we have in this case before this date?
No.
All right, and that's the only time she tried that number during that June trip to Tallahassee?
Correct.
Did that call connect?
It did not.
Okay, so it's about a 14-second outgoing call, and the parties, Luis Rivera and her, never would have communicated then.
That's correct.
Okay. Was that Luis Rivera's working number at that time?
It was not.
Okay. We saw that he actually called her and she called him, and there was communication at a later date in the summer on July 19th, the day that Rivera says the money was exchanged, right?
That's correct.
That is a different number. That's the 570 number he says was his number at that time.
That is a different number for Mr. Rivera.
Okay. This was a number, though, that she had in her contact list as Tato in 2014, or that she called in 2014.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, did she call that number another time that summer?
Yes, during the July trip.
Okay. Can we see that slide?
I thought I was blanking.
Okay. So this is the one where we're looking at. We saw that she has a number of contacts with Sigfredo Garcia during the July trip to Tallahassee. This is from the time they left to the time that they return home. How many contacts does she have, or does she attempt to have, with Luis Rivera during that trip?
There would be 2 with that same number we just mentioned.
Okay, so she called the number listed as Tato in her phone twice during the Tallahassee trip.
That's correct.
Okay, and did the call connect either time?
Again, no, I don't believe they did.
Okay, and she looks like on that particular day, on July 17th, she spoke to she and Sigfredo had looks like the communication lasted about 3 minutes and 16 seconds between their handsets at 8:04 p.m. About 3.5 hours later, she makes this attempted call to the number she has as Tato. She then makes another call, outgoing call that's only 27 seconds in duration, to Garcia, and then she attempts to call the Tato number again.
That's correct.
Okay, and then about 14 minutes after that, she receives a text from Garcia.
Yes.
Okay. This is the July trip to Tallahassee we're talking about.
That's correct.
Okay, that's the day before the murder, or actually the night before the murder. And then her next contact with Luis Rivera after this, the only actual contact she had with him, was on July 19th at his current phone number at that time, the 570 number.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right. Okay, we are now going to break, and I thank you all for your patience. I thank you for your attention, and again for your timeliness during the week. And we are doing our best to remain on schedule here in the courtroom, and we appreciate you all doing your part also. Okay, so I'm going to give you your warnings for the weekend because you're going to be gone for a couple days. So no discussions with your family, no discussions with your friends or your neighbors or your long lost uncle who's going to try to give you a call or whoever, okay? Don't watch the news, whether it's local or national, please. Don't try to do any research on the internet about the news. I don't want to prohibit you from going on the internet, but just don't go to places where you might receive any type of news about this case, okay? Get some rest, some relaxation, get out in the sun, which we haven't seen for a few days, and get some exercise, and we'll see everybody at 8:30 on Monday morning, okay? All right, thank you. All right, please be seated. Sergeant, you may step down. We're going to go over a few housekeeping things here, so you're free to go.
Just a minute to break down. Do we do that,
Sure.
or
Yeah,
come back?
no, you can stay right here and do that. That's fine. All right. Just so that I want to make sure that we're clear on what has been admitted into evidence, because there was a little bit of mix-up compared to what I have numbered and what the descriptions were of some of the pictures. With pictures 44, 45, 46, and 47. Okay, because I had listed on my list here that 47 was an overall pick with the hole in the Prius, but 47 actually was the pick of Garcia and Rivera on motorcycles. Madam Clerk, can you confirm that for me?
Yes, sir, and I have actually gone through the older exhibit list with the one that was given to us on Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay.
And I have confirmed based off of the old list, and I've got everything straightened out down there, so
all right.
everything is in order.
Okay.
It's just the number is off on the news list.
All right. So just so that the way that I have it is 44 is described correctly. 45 is a picture of Garcia and Rivera. 46 is Garcia Rivera pick with the Monte Carlo, and 47 is Garcia and Rivera on the motorcycles. Then it goes to 48, which is the hole in the Prius. So the one described as the hole in the Prius overall pick 47 does not exist in evidence. All right, thank you. Also, do you have Exhibit 35 admitted into evidence?
I do.
Okay, and I think that's the only picture that I have that is not admitted into evidence at this time, and which is described as the Wendy and KM on the beach picture. So I don't know if you're looking to admit that, but I just want to let you know because this is the exhibit list that I have. So that's the only clarification that I have in regards to the pictures. Do you have the disc for me?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I also have a list of the calls and the date ranges that your Honor requested, and I provided those to the defense.
All right, thank you.
If you want to give me until Monday morning, I can advise your Honor what, if any, of those calls I intend to try to use.
That's what I'm going to do. So we're not going to address this until Monday. So the first thing I need to do is whether they're going to be used or not. Some of them are in Spanish, is my understanding.
Well, I've been told there's 5 that are in Spanish. We've already made arrangements to try to get those interpreted and transcribed, so I should be prepared Monday to provide that as well.
All right, okay. So the first thing I'll need to know is whether or not they're going to use them, and then we'll go from there,
Yes,
okay? Ms. Kappelman, in regards to witnesses on Monday, we're going to finish with the cross-examination of Sergeant Corbett, and then what do you anticipate on Monday?
We have a few short witnesses. We have quite a few witnesses scheduled for Monday, Judge, including Jessica Rodriguez is probably the most substantial in the morning. And then in the afternoon, we have the financial evidence and the folks associated with that.
All right. So the banking records and that type of stuff?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Those
So
are out-of-town folks, so I don't know if you're willing to push a little hard to try to get back on track Monday. If not, maybe, I don't know, are you still wanting to quit at 5 on Monday?
well, I mean, if we have people from out of town and we can move through it, then, I mean, we can go a little bit later.
Okay.
But I'd like not to go any later than 5:30. But if I explain to the jury that we've got somebody from out of town, we want to get it done, and we'll see how it goes. But if we can get through these other witnesses as efficiently, particularly Sergeant Corbett, as efficiently as Mr. DeCoste says we can when we return on Monday, then I think we can get back on schedule.
Yes,
All right, so we'll expect that. So that gives you all an idea of what to anticipate for Monday in regards to witnesses, and you can prepare accordingly. Okay, anything else before we break for the weekend from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, everyone have a nice weekend, get some rest, get outside a little bit, and we'll see everybody Monday morning at the same time at 8:45 here in the courtroom. All right, thank you. We'll be in recess. Madam Court Reporter, how are you doing? Good. How's your son doing? Everything good? All right, great. Oh my goodness, driving. All right, good to see you.